emerging aspects of good manufacturing practices, from next generation manufacturing and AI to biosimilars, facility design, and global inspection expectations. We have it all for you right here at the 10th Advanced GMP Workshop. And we are truly honored to have participants today from industry, academia, and regulatory authorities, including representatives from Indian and global agencies. So, thank you to each one of you for taking your time out to join this very knowledge sharing platform. And we are elated to once again welcome all of you to the 10th AGMP Workshop 2025. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a virtual workshop. Hence, we encourage you to please go ahead and share the Q&As after each session to the Q&A chat box. And we will take the selected questions during the session as the time permits. The sessions are scheduled back to back, so we request all our speakers and the participants to kindly adhere to the time limits, as time is the biggest asset to each one of us here. With that, we now formally commence day one of the 10th Advanced GMP Workshop. And to set the tone for this workshop, it is my absolute pleasure and I'm delighted to invite Mr. Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General, Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance. Well, he is the one who has truly been at the forefront of shaping the agenda for Indian pharmaceutical industry, and with a strong passion for healthcare, policy making, and the education sector. He is also the chairman of Indian Institute of Health Management and Research and serves as a board member of multiple companies. Mr. Jain, we're delighted to see you here, and the virtual floor is all yours now.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome you all to the 10th session edition of Advanced GMP Workshop. This is a distinctive platform created by IPA over last decade, where regulatory experts, industry experts, and subject matter experts, along with academicians, meet every year to discuss how to take quality agenda forward. Quality is fundamental. License to operate in healthcare industry. Quality is a journey, not a destination. IPA started this initiative around 10 years back, and IPA companies have been working together what needs to be done next to build the quality agenda. In fact, we have been bringing out the publications every year. In the initial phase, this platform was open only for IPA companies. Then we widened it to all the companies, and today this platform is open to all educational institutions, industry, all the companies, and now it has gone online, so there is an immense participation and attraction for this platform. We are glad to inform that over 2,000 participants have joined the platform today. Over the years also, there has been a significant initiative taken by Indian government, mainly by CDSU, to build the quality movement in this country. We are fortunate today that we have got Dr. Raghuvanshi, who is facilitating the movement forward of quality agenda in this country. And he will be sharing his insights, his initiatives to take this forward. The 10th edition is a very distinctive one. And in this edition, we have tried to take what is very important from the company's point of view, expert point of view, and there are distinctive topics which have been put in this platform with experts from around the country. We are talking on continuous manufacturing, we are talking the role of AI in GMP, we are talking of sustainability, and we have got the advantage of 20 speakers who have come from around the world in 10 sessions who will be deliberating on these topics with proper opportunity for question and answer session. Although it is a virtual platform, but we would like to take it as effective, as impactful for you. We have got the advantage of having Mr. Nilesh Gupta MD of Lupin Laboratories, who have been initiating, who have been helping, who have been guiding this initiative for IPA over the years. We'd like to thank Nilesh for this support to take the quality agenda forward. We have Dr. Raghuvanshi, who has joined for this inaugural session, and he has been leading the quality initiative for the country, and we'll have his insights on the program. We have also have Mr. Gregory Smith, the country director for US FDA. US FDA has been very, very supportive, and we have been working together with US FDA over the years. I would like to thank Mr. Gregory Smith for joining in this program. This program has been crafted by Shirish Belapure and Dr. Rajiv Desai, who have been supporting IPA as a senior advisor and who have been leading this initiative over the years. He has been supported in this effort by Nikhil Chaube, who provides all-round support to both Shirish Belapure and Rajiv. In fact, the way we work out, all the quality heads of the company come together, dwell on what are the issues which are important, and the whole platform, whole program has been developed that it is meaningful for all of you, it is actionable for all of you. I'm sure you will find the sessions very insightful, educational, and more actionable because we have got industry leaders talking to you on the quality agenda. On behalf of IPA, I once again wish you all the very best, and thanks to all the participants, thanks to all the leaders, industry leaders, and thanks to regulators who are joining for the 10th session of Advanced GMP Agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Jain, for that pioneering beginning and taking us through of what we look forward to in this workshop. And continuing now with our inaugural session, we now look back at a decade of quality and how this journey has transformed Indian pharma. And it is an honor for me to invite Mr. Nilesh Gupta, Chair of the Quality Forum at IPA and Managing Director of Lupin. Well, Mr. Gupta joined Lupin in 2002 and is responsible for the company's research, supply chain, manufacturing, quality, and regulatory operations. And not just that, well, Mr. Gupta has also been instrumental in formulating and executing the company's core strategy, which has helped it emerge as a global leader in the generic space and in India. We're truly honored to have you, Mr. Nilesh. A very warm welcome, sir, and the stage, the audience, the virtual audience is all yours now.
Thank you, Priya. I can't seem to switch this video on. Do you guys do it? All right, there we go. Yeah, good. You should be able to see me now. Good afternoon and a very welcome to all of you to the 10th Advanced GMP Workshop. I love what Sudarshan said. Quality is the fundamental license to operate in the pharmaceutical industry. I couldn't agree with it more. I also can't believe that it has been 10 years. A decade has passed since we began this journey. In these 10 years, the Advanced GMP Workshop has grown from strength to strength and has become one of the most respected platforms for dialogue on pharmaceutical quality. My deep gratitude to all of you for your continued engagement. Your commitment to advancing quality has been the driving force behind IPA's pursuit of excellence. This year also marks the 10th anniversary of the IPA Quality Forum. It's an opportune moment to reflect on how far we've come and to consider our priorities for the future. Through the engagement of thousands of professionals across manufacturing, quality, and regulatory, and with invaluable support from agencies such as the US FDA, we've created a space where people can meet, discuss, learn, and improve on quality and compliance. I know I'm standing between, you guys hearing from both Dr. Raghuvanshi as well as Greg, but I mean, I think this journey is worth talking about. If you look back, we've made tangible, measurable progress over the last decade. India today has the highest number of US FDA approved facilities outside the United States, with over 750 compliant sites, in addition to 2,000 CGMP WHO compliant sites. When you look at last inspection outcome, the data presents differently. But if you see classification of inspections happened in the last 3 years, there's been a 50% reduction in FDA OI outcomes, which are now down to 7%, even as inspections have tripled. Definitely room to improve, but we have gotten better. The same continues in other agencies as well. When you look at EDQM, India has more than 250 plants approved by EDQM, over 1,100 units holding CEPs for APIs. There's been a 27% decline in EMA non-compliance findings. Same way, if you look at observations on training, laboratory controls, data integrity, all improved by 15%. These outcomes show the collective effort of industry, regulators, and partners. They show that we have raised the bar for quality, and they show what is possible with intent, capability, and partnership. I won't take long. Lots in this next workshop: sustainable operations, AI, academia, lots of great topics. Looking forward to a great discussion, and I'm looking forward to the next conversations now. Wish you all the very best.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Gupta, for those inspiring inaugural remarks. And I must say thank you for sharing with us and giving us a glimpse of the progress made so far. With that, I would now like to invite our next speaker, and not just a speaker, I must say a distinguished speaker, represents a key global regulatory authority, where we're privileged to have the US FDA represented at this workshop. And to share his opening remarks, I'm pleased to invite to this virtual stage Mr. Gregory Smith, Country Director, India Office, Office of Global Operations, US FDA. Well, armed with a rich experience of more than 12 years at FDA, he has worked on complex scientific, regulatory, legislative, and operational issues spanning user-free negotiations, supply chain assessment, and organization-wide governance. Mr. Greg, we are delighted to welcome you, and we look forward to your perspectives. Over to you.
Namaste and greetings to everyone. I am the director of the FDA India office. It's been a pleasure to be here in India. I've reached my 3-year mark, and it's really been quite an honor and quite a journey to be here partnering with these important stakeholders. It's also really an honor to join IPA's 10th Advanced GMP Workshop. And I also send my greetings to Mr. Gupta and look forward to hearing remarks from Dr. Rajvanshi. Thanks to IPA for inviting me, and also my colleagues that will be in later parts of this agenda. And when I look at the range of sessions planned over the next 2 days, it's clear that this workshop will provide meaningful insights to pharmaceutical quality, manufacturing, innovation, and regulation. These topics are not abstract, but they are deeply impactful, as they directly shape a resilient supply chain that protects patients not only in the US and India, but around the world. As you know, the US relies heavily on imported medical products. FDA-regulated products are manufactured or handled at nearly 300,000 registered facilities, with over half of FDA-regulated products being manufactured outside the United States. With such a global footprint, the FDA has a tremendous responsibility to ensure the safety, quality, and compliance of these products. And much of that work happens through inspections, guidance, innovation support, and close collaboration with industry and regulatory partners. And to meet this shared goal of safe, high quality, and effective medical products, collaboration between industry and regulators will continue to be crucial. Strengthening quality systems, improving data quality, data integrity, and addressing shortages are challenges we must solve together. Indian industry's progress towards a one high quality standard is an important step, and one that will benefit patients globally. And our amazing team here at the FDA India office remains focused on this mission every day, helping ensure that the safety, quality, and effectiveness of medical products exported to the United States. Are my slides being presented? Okay. So on slide 2, in the context, we have opened our office in 2009. recognizing India's growing leadership in pharmaceuticals, especially in sterile injectables and generic drugs. And then now, 15 years later, that commitment remains strong as ever. In slide 3, with new leadership at the White House and the FDA, our core mission remains the same, but several new priorities are shaping our work. And let me briefly highlight a few.
Greg,
Greg,
Greg, I would request.
share the presentation.
Greg, can you share the presentation, please? We're unable to see the slides at our end.
Oh, we shared them ahead of time.
Okay, we have it here. We have it here. Thank you.
It's okay now.
Apologies for that. If we can go to, slide 3 would be great. Thank you.
Yes.
So we have the Make America Healthy Again, or the MAHA initiative, which aims to reverse widespread chronic disease and the plateauing of life expectancy in the United States. With much of the focus is on nutrition and chemicals in the food supply, there's also a drug component, particularly prescribing and the lack of data and the off-label use of generic and brand name drugs. Secondly, the FDA is committed to accelerating cures. Our new leadership is exploring faster approval pathways through reevaluation of legacy processes that slow down decisions. And they're also seeking to reduce the use of animal testing and looking for ways to allow more flexibility in FDA's approach to therapies for rare diseases. Thirdly, addressing drug costs. The FDA is looking at opportunities to streamline reviews for generics, biosimilars, and combination products, all with the goal of increasing competition and reducing prices. Fourthly, increasing domestic manufacturing. Today, 73% of all FDA-registered manufacturing facilities of APIs and 52% of all FDA-registered drug manufacturing facilities are located outside the United States. And in May, President Trump issued an executive order to facilitate the restoration of a robust domestic drug manufacturing industry. FDA is reviewing how to reduce the amount of time to make new drug facility operational in the United States. And this executive order also calls for an increase in the number of foreign unannounced inspections at foreign manufacturing facilities that produce foods, essential medicines, and other medical products intended for American consumers and patients. This change builds upon work already conducted by our Office of Inspections and Investigations, or OII, and it aims to ensure that foreign companies will receive the same level of regulatory oversight and scrutiny as domestic companies. And then lastly, as far as our new priorities, FDA recently announced a new pilot prioritization program for the review of ANDAs that aims to spur and reward investment in U.S. drug manufacturing and research development and to strengthen domestic pharmaceutical supply chain by providing faster review for generic companies who test and manufacture their products in the U.S. As you can see, there are a lot of new FDA initiatives underway that might impact your businesses. I encourage you to join FDA's listservs and monitor FDA websites for updates on the publicly shared with stakeholders. India remains, as far as the state of pharmaceutical quality in India remains the largest source of FDA-registered drug manufacturing facilities outside the United States. The quality and integrity of these products directly affects millions of patients. FDA closely monitors global pharmaceutical quality trends to identify risks early, guide risk-based inspections, and strengthen supply chain resilience. I encourage each of you to review FDA's newly released State of Pharmaceutical Quality report, which you can find online, which provides data and trends guiding our risk-based approaches. We can stay on slide 5 here. This actually shows over a 5-year period India's presence in FDA's site catalog, in which has and continued to grow. And you can see here is nearly 600 registered pharmaceutical sites in India. You can see that India remains essential to the U.S. drug supply. Here we can see a summary of our inventory shifts, or what we're seeing inside our inventory. So each year we update our inventory to ensure it's accurately representing active pharmaceutical sites. And this helps the agency plan surveillance activities, risk-based inspections, and ensure oversight of facilities producing medicines for US patients. So you can see here, India, China, and Germany show the largest site increases in FY24 catalog. And then China had the largest growth, which was nearly 27% net change over that period, of that 5-year period of time, with India and Germany behind, following China. Slide 7. Let's look a little bit closer at some of the inventory shifts for India. And over the past 5 years, API non-sterile sites were the majority of sites that were being maintained. That's that first pie chart there with 450. This industry segment is relatively less active with removal and adding of sites. There has been a lot of activity among analytical sites and sterile sites, both being added and removed. Next slide. Here we see inspection trends, which are normalizing since the sharp decline of COVID-19, which is the FY21 and 22. And then it's important to note that FY25, even though it shows 229 there, we don't have final actions on many of our FY25 inspections, and so we anticipate that FY25 numbers should resemble pre-pandemic activity levels. Next slide. So inspection outcomes are a measure of site compliance with current good or CGMP. And these inspections provide information about each site's ability to manufacture drugs according to established quality requirements. When we look at inspection outcomes globally, India has the highest percentage of OAI outcomes at 13% compared to only 2% in Europe. At the end of FY25, this underscores the importance of strengthening quality systems. Next slide, please. This is a familiar graph to most of you all. This is how a tracking of our observation citations between FY 2018 and FY 25. And the most frequently cited items relate to problems in the quality system and laboratory controls. On slide 11, we have, I'm sorry, so on slide 12, I'm sorry, on number 11, yeah. The most common citations continue to be in quality systems, laboratory. These are themes you're very familiar with. India also receives a significant share of import alerts and warning letters. While these actions protect patients, they also provide clear feedback on where systems need improvement. I recognize that many of these topics could be whole presentations in themselves, but this is sort of the high-level overview.
Greg, we're unable to hear you. Are you there?
I think his picture is frozen as well.
Greg would be joining us very shortly. I believe he's facing some issue at his end. He'll be joining us right back.
Apologies, can you hear me now?
Yes, Greg, you are audible now.
Okay, let's move to slide 13. Yes, thank you. So in April 2025, FDA issued a Federal Register notice posted inviting companies to volunteer for the next round of QMM assessments. and that's actually ongoing currently. From this process, 9 volunteer companies or establishments have been selected for these assessments. 2 of these facilities are located in India, reflecting India's leadership role in global pharmaceutical manufacturing and the growing interest in adopting more mature, predictable, and resilient quality practices. Looking ahead, FDA is exploring additional outreach opportunities to increase awareness, encourage broader participation, and support industry in understanding the components of QMM. In the spirit of expanded outreach, FDA, in collaboration with the PDA India chapter, is organizing a 2-day QMM conference in Hyderabad on December 4th and 5th. So please keep an eye out for more information on that. This conference is going to bring together FDA experts, industry leadership, quality professionals to discuss QMM expectations, implement strategies, and pathways to achieving more resilient and sustainable quality systems. I encourage you to visit PDA India website for more information and to register. Slide 14. We can keep going to the next one. Here's a little bit about the CARES Act. And the essence of the importance of sharing this is that this was authorized for FDA to enhance prevention mitigation of possible drug shortages by augmenting our drug supply chain visibility. So we implemented this final guidance in 2024, which describes a recommended timeframe for submitting your annual reports no later than March 31st on the following calendar year. Reporting recommendations for drug products in finished package form, drug products not in finished package form APIs. Reporting requirements for registrants across the drug supply chain, including contract manufacturers. And then it also talks about how FDA plans to use data from the reporting program. Next slide. This slide shows the reporting rate of active CETA-regulated products, which excludes medical gases. And this reporting period shows improvements in the reporting rate, especially for application products like BLA, NDA, and ANDAs. Despite incomplete drug amount reporting, FDA leveraged available submitted data to inform the FY25 site selection model for surveillance inspections. Additionally, these data have provided valuable supply chain insights for certain products like insulin, where drug amount reporting is more robust. Please note that FDA has sent a reminder emails describing future compliance actions to registrants who have failed to report amounts. Next slide. And so over the past year, the India office has continued to expand its scientific, regulatory, and public health engagements across India, strengthening partnerships that are essential to advancing pharmaceutical quality. Next slide. A major milestone would be the first ever EMA, FDA, and CDSCO trilateral meeting, deepening scientific collaboration among major regulators. Building on this momentum, we also completed the inaugural session of the FDA CDSCO Regulatory Science Lecture Series, where FDA and CDSCO participated in a detailed CMC review discussion on oncology drugs, marking the first time such granular regulatory science exchange has occurred between our agencies and demonstrating the value of transparent, practice-based scientific collaboration. On the industry side, our hallmark workshops, including our ANDA and BABE roadshows, continue to support high-quality submissions and better lifecycle management. Beyond the flagship programs, we have engaged consistently with IPA, IDMA, and PDA, sharing regulatory insights and supporting the adoption of modern, science-driven quality practices. Taken together, our work with government counterparts and our collaboration with industry reflect FDA's deep commitment to strengthening India's pharmaceutical ecosystem, promoting high-quality manufacturing and clinical practices, and supporting a resilient global supply chain relied upon by patients around the world. We can go to the slide 20. Now, before I conclude, I want to highlight 3 overarching messages. Ensuring access to critical medicines requires a strong, empowered culture of quality, one that goes beyond compliance. Secondly, data integrity and sound quality systems are foundational to trust. These principles underpin global supply chains and regulatory confidence. Thirdly, transparent, mature quality systems enable investment, resilience, and long-term success. Quality is not just a regulatory requirement, it's a shared responsibility that impacts patients everywhere. And in closing, I want to thank IPA for organizing this workshop and for its leadership in advancing GMP excellence across India. Quality is a shared responsibility, and the work we do together directly influences global public health. The FDA remains committed to partnering with the government of India, with industry, and with scientific leaders to support the continued advancement of high-quality pharmaceutical manufacturing. Thank you all, and I wish you a very productive and insightful workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith, for your valuable insights. And I'm sure that our audience members have been able to encapsulate some very important points from that presentation. Well, now building the momentum of our inaugural session, we're now deeply honored to have with us Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi, the Drugs Controller General India, CDSCO Government of India, to give us a keynote address. Well, armed with an experience of more than 32 years in drug quality, drug regulatory, and drug development, he is twice awarded with Dr. Reddy's Lab Excellence Award. And the list does not stop there. 9 granted US patents and more than 60 publications in peer-reviewed journals. Co-authored 6 chapters in books. And I must say it is an absolute privilege and an honor to invite you, sir, to share the keynote address. Dr. Raghuvanshi, we're delighted to have you here, and the virtual stage is yours.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah, so thank you. Thank you for inviting me for this prestigious program, the annual program, the Advanced GMP Workshop, which is hosted by Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance. I wanted to thank the organizing team, Sudarshan, Nilesh, and your team. I can take only 2 names because I heard these 2 voices. I know there are many more whom I would know. Thank you all. Greg, nice to see you again. And thanks thanks for the wonderful lecture and some of the messages which you gave through your presentation. For me, I saw the theme of this 10th session as the Indian Pharma Vision. And I would like to start with putting this vision in terms of the numbers, which we all know that the projections which we have put for Indian pharma industry for 2047 is about $450 billion US. And we also know, and it has been talked at various forums, and it is being discussed at various forums currently also, that this $450 billion is something which is not going to come only from the domestic activities. As we are one of the more important components of the global supply chain, this has to increase, and whatever value today Indian pharma trade has, about $60 billion US, is divided between domestic and the exports about 50-50. But going forward, if we have to meet the projections, I think this ratio has to shift from 50-50 to at least 30-70. That means the export has to increase significantly over the domestic trade activities. Having said that, we also know that this target can be achieved only through innovation, and unfortunately, the generic business model will have its limitation, and we will have to shift towards innovation as an industry and as a country. And that's what we call about shift from volume to value. And this value shift can happen only through innovation. which would give you the larger realization to meet the targets, ambitious targets, which we have set as a country. Having said that, the generic industry would continue to grow. It will have its importance in the global public health. And as far as generic industry is concerned, I think from the position which we have today, we have to see that how do we increase our efficiency, how do we increase our compliance, and how do we build that culture of quality as some of our predecessors have also raised. And generic industry has become a sort of well-oiled machinery. It can run on its inertia also, only if we keep monitoring it, especially from the quality point of view. Major thrust actually has to come on the innovation side. And the government of India also is putting all its efforts to promote innovation in pharma industry, because the government has realized the potential, and government has also realized that the commitment which it has made as a country towards global public health can actually be met through the innovation which the pharma industry needs. And what is more important for all of us to understand, that the world is actually now waiting for India to replicate the success of generic model on the innovation side. And as we said, that in generic products globally, we have been supplying quality medicines at affordable prices. But now I think the world is waiting for quality innovation at affordable price, because the experience on the innovative side is that many a times it goes beyond the capacity of countries like India even, and many more countries, to afford the cost of the innovative products which we currently get. And in lots of formal and informal discussions, we get this message that world is now waiting after generic from India, lot of innovative medicines at affordable prices. And if we have to meet the expectations of the world, we have to work together towards this innovation. Government, from the finance point of view, from R&D financing point of view, doing a lot. From policy intervention point of view, a lot is being done. If I talk about regulatory domain, you know that we have done a lot of interventions, a lot of streamlining has happened, a lot of improvement has happened. But you will also be happy to know that as I talk, there are multiple channels in different parts of the government who are actually discussing on the deregulation or regulatory rationalization, or making the regulation more lighter, whatever way we say. There are at least 4 or 5 channels where I am participating as a regulator. I mean, 3 of them in Niti Aayog, 1 at PMO level, couple of them at the ministry level. So there are multiple discussions happening, and I'm letting you know only to sensitize you that government's agenda is also strong on regulatory rationalization or deregulation, if I can say. And we are actively participating. You will see many more rationalizations coming in near future. Some of what we have already done, I would like to quote few of them, which has far-reaching implications on the Indian pharma future. So if you see, we are almost coming out. We have finalized it in the final stages of approval, the biosimilar guideline, which is actually going to align this whole biosimilar development manufacturing with the global way the biosimilar development business is happening. You will see a lot of changes there. The guideline aligned with the US FDA and European thought processes in this domain. We have also decided to come out of T license regime, if I can say, till the first in human study goes. So any most of the T licenses which are today required before going to human testing, we will take out from the system, from the regulatory system. We are making this almost 50% of low risk bioavailability bioequivalence studies with a design of two-way crossover study, which is well standardized and has already been done by some other country. That the approval now will not be required. It is just a notification system which is going to come. Companies will not have to apply and wait for approval, which will again take out about 50% of approvals which we give on the bioequivalence side for export. Export NOC, most of you would have experienced by now. It has been unified, one system throughout the country, and export NOC is being issued today within 10 days, less than 7 days to be more precise, which has actually helped this whole export industry a lot. And what is more important for me and for all of you is that the CDSCO regulatory processes are almost 98+% digital now. We are almost paperless, which has increased the transparency significantly, and the trust on the system is increasing as people are experiencing the advantages of digitization in the regulatory system. One of the areas which also has been corrected significantly is the SEC functioning, right from scheduling to SEC expert constitution to the kind of discussion. The feedback which I get from the industry, they say that lot has been done with respect to improvement and corrections. Also, there are still some more correction required. Having said that, I think a lot of improvement has happened, which is helping the industry. If I move forward, one of the more demands coming from industry side, especially the IPA members and IPA, is on India becoming PICS member. We all want to be there because we know the advantage of becoming PICS compliant country. And the thought is aligned at the top in the government also. We have in fact started to plan for that. The first small step has already been taken in the form of launch of a state regulatory index. Some of you would know, but for the larger gathering, I just wanted to touch upon this for a couple of minutes. We have launched a system called State Regulatory Index, where we have created 22 parameter based a framework where we will be actually scoring the regulatory functioning of all the states in this country. States have been divided into two groups. One is manufacturing states and another is consuming state or non-manufacturing state. The parameters are different for both of them. And every month we will be giving a score to every state, which will actually indicate on the regulatory strength and regulatory functioning of these states. So the thought process behind this is that there would be some learning from best practices among the states. There would be systemic push towards improvement in their regulatory systems. And ultimately, our goal is that our states also improve in their regulatory functioning and the quality systems, the monitoring, the surveillance, and ultimately the outcome. coming out of that state. And unless until we do that, it is difficult for us to be PIX compliant. So that is the first step we have already taken. And I'm sure the kind of excitement we are seeing from the states, this is going to be something which is going to help all of us going forward. As I said, that if we have to meet our ambitious target of touching a number of $450 billion by 2047, the export has to play the major role in this whole journey. Government is putting a lot of resources through the bilateral trade negotiations to increase our pharmaceutical trade with different countries. From regulatory side, at the international arena, we have already signed MOUs with 23 different countries, and there are others under discussion. Indian pharmacopoeia has now been recognized by 18 different countries. So both this actually is going to help us in increasing our visibility, increasing the confidence of international partners on Indian system. So everything is happening from the government side, from the industry side. I see a lot of efforts being put. A regulator is trying its best to change as per the changed context. But one thing which just I wanted to caution this whole gathering is on the quality side. And as I have been saying in all of my previous meetings at different forums, growth in pharma can be successful only if, along with the innovation, we are also conscious about the quality of the product. So all our efforts and all our innovation will go waste if we are not integrating quality with the functioning in pharma and quality being integrated in the product which we would be manufacturing. And as a head of NRA, if I see the kind of activities, we are mainly having two different kind of main activities. One is review and approval and approval of new drugs, and the second one is on the maintaining and monitoring the quality. So on the innovation side, on the review side, if I see, I actually get very excited on daily basis when I see the kind of filings which are coming from different companies, the kind of innovative products which are coming at different stages of development. And that gives me the confidence that for some, this $450 billion US may be a big target, may not be achieved easily. But when I see the kind of products which are coming, which are in the pipeline for development, and the kind of data which is coming out from different companies, for me, I don't have any doubt that we will hit the target. And we might hit it before 2047 also. I mean, that's a big confidence which I have as head of NRA of this country. But I am not so excited when I see the issues coming out when it comes to the quality compliance, both for companies who are involved in export and the companies who are manufacturing at the for the domestic consumption. And I'm convinced that whatever as a regulator we do, unless until there is a cultural shift in this country towards quality, the efforts are not going to be successful. And when I say cultural shift, it is not a simple thing. It needs ownership from each one of us. One regulator cannot do, one industry cannot do. Everybody will have to come together and push this culture of quality. Otherwise, our efforts will go nowhere. I know IPA is doing its bit. They are helping regulator also, and they are also as such helping the industry through the capacity building programs they conduct, the infrastructure which is being constructed for the training. All these are actually contributing and will contribute a lot in the cultural shift. But beyond this, I think one IPA, one regulator, one industry, one association cannot do. All of us will have to come together and help this shift. And then only we'll be able to hit our target and meet the aspirations of the world, which is waiting for innovative medicines at affordable price. With this, I again congratulate IPA for hosting the 10th edition of Advanced GMP program. And congratulations and all the best. And thank you again for giving me this opportunity to address this gathering. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raghuvanshi, for addressing those very pivotal points and the implications made so far for the future of Indian pharma. So thank you once again. That was a very inspiring address. So thank you for joining us for that segment. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, our virtual audience, I hope that you all are set and have taken all that energy and important points from our speakers who just joined us, because now we turbocharge to our next session that is focused on areas shaping the manufacturing landscape. We will begin with a session that is focused on driving next gen manufacturing. That is the topic that we look forward to. Well, this session will explore how sustainability and advanced manufacturing technologies are shaping the factories of the future. And our very first talk in this session addresses a very critical theme. Sustainability, and specifically what we look forward to is water sustainability in pharmaceutical operations. And I'm very delighted to invite Ms. Geena Malhotra, Managing Director, Signet Excipients, to speak on responsible by design embedding water sustainability in pharma. Well, she's the one who is a globally recognized pharma leader with nearly 4 decades of experience across R&D, manufacturing, supply chain, and sustainability. The formerly global CTO at Cipla, she has pioneered affordable therapies, complex respiratory devices, and large transformation programs. We're delighted to have you here, ma'am. And yes, the stage is yours. You can take it ahead from here.
Well, thank you, Priya. Thank you for a very generous introduction. I'd actually like to begin by thanking the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance for inviting me once again on the topic of sustainability. I seem to have this tag now stuck to me, but this is something that I'm very passionate about. And I think that every time I join the IPA forum, I'm just reminded about how deeply this organization is committed to driving sustainability across our industry. And by creating spaces like this where ideas are exchanged, experiences shared, I think the IPA helps us learn from one another and move forward. So yeah, and I'd like to thank Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi, who spoke earlier on his very thoughtful perspectives on sustainability, quality, and cost-effective manufacturing, and now the ease of doing business as well. So a great segue into my talk today. So I'd like to build on that foundation, and I'll focus on one dimension that touches every part of our operations and yet often remains invisible, and that's water. So this session on responsible by design, I will discuss how embedding water sustainability into our design and our decision-making frameworks can actually reshape our environmental impact and future readiness and community well-being. So I don't know if the slides are on. I think Siddhi was going to help me with the slides. Siddhi, yeah, I appreciate that. So, the challenges that we're having across India and globally as well, right? With the rising demand, climate variability, rapid urbanizations, these are all intensifying the pressures on the very limited resources that we have on fresh water. Because I truly believe that sustainability isn't a race that one company can win alone. It is a collective journey where every thoughtful step, big or small, strengthens the resilience of the entire pharmaceutical ecosystem. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Siddhi, the next slide, please. Maybe there's a little lag. So yeah, I'd like you to imagine a day when you actually turn the tap on and nothing comes out. That day actually has a name, and it's called day zero. So it's a moment when the available water can no longer meet the essential demands, forcing shutdown or emergency rationing. And this phrase actually came into the world's consciousness during the Cape Town crisis in 2018, when this city was prepared to turn off its taps because of complete water system failure, because the reservoirs were less than 15%. And actually closer home in 2019, June of 2019, Chennai had declared a day zero. And if you look at your 10 metropolitan cities that we have, Bangalore is very rapidly racing towards this. I mean, it could be a time when, water availability could be a challenge. So just think about what brings a city or even an industry to that point. And normally it is not just one cause, it is a chain of events, years of poor recharge or falling groundwater, over extraction by cities and industries, climate change that makes rain unpredictable or too much rain like we've seen this year, and the inefficiencies of wasting what little we have, right? So day zero for me for any manufacturing hub does not mean just dry taps. It actually means halted production, costs rising, and communities competing with what should be actually shared resources. And that's why I think prevention is not about just saving water. It's about securing the future of sustainable pharma. So let's go to the next slide. So over the years, our sustainability lens truly has evolved. And I must give this credit to the entire industry. We began with safety and compliance. We moved into environment and governance. And today we're talking about regeneration. And so if you look at closely, there's one element that ties all these three pillars, and that's water, right? And I don't necessarily want to say that this is a renewed focus, and it definitely does not take away the incredible progress we've made as an industry in cutting carbon emissions, improving energy efficiencies, or investing in renewable energy. All these efforts will remain the foundation. But just by turning our attention to water, we'll kind of widen the frame, and we'll make sure that our progress remains balanced, it remains resilient and truly holistic, because sustainability is not just about one metric, it is about seeing the entire picture. Going to the next slide. So like I said, it is not about deprioritizing energy. It is about elevating the water to the next frontier. And it's about a decisive measure of sustainable leadership within the pharma. So when I kind of compare a couple of factors that drive our decisions, or whether it is in GHG reduction, renewable energy, or water, and look at what factors contribute to our decisions, the first is on global focus and maturity. Renewable energy is well established. Water, however, remains still under-addressed. In policy, innovation, and governance, water is local, it's decentralized, and heavily governance dependent. And on impact, water directly affects agriculture, rural livestock, and operational risks. And if you look at substitutability, energy can be imported. We can import oil, we can import gas, but water cannot. So therefore, the reality is that renewable energy today is scalable, is very well financed, is rapidly advancing. We see a lot of innovations that are happening in the area of solar power, solar energy, and significant reduction in those investments as well. But water, however, is local, it's indispensable, it's existential, and it must be recharged where it is used. So unlike, like I said, energy, water cannot be borrowed, it cannot be substituted. It demands local solutions, regeneration, and stewardship. Let's go to the next slide. So I don't want to put the fear of day zero, But with day zero looming in major metros, the question isn't really why water anymore, but it is about how we build stewardship and resilience around it. And that's why water deserves a center stage in India's sustainability agenda. Because firstly, India's water crisis isn't distant or abstract. We have 18% of the world's population at about 1.4 billion, but only 4% of the global fresh water. Nearly 2/3 of our districts are under severe water stress in the industrial belts like Telangana, Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Tamil Nadu. The groundwaters have been dropping 0.5 meter to 1 meter every year. And also when Niti Aayog has reported that 21 cities could run out of groundwater this decade, impacting more than 100 million people. And for pharma hubs like Hyderabad, Baddi, and the ones that I mentioned, Vapi, Vizag, this is not just a statistical number, it is a real operational risk. The second is that water is an invisible backbone of our pharma sustainability. Our industry depends on the ultra-pure processed water for formulations, bioprocessing, sterile manufacturing, cleaning, HVAC systems, and even more so, the wastewater quality impacts the community health and the ecological safety. And that's why, our sector is constantly under a growing scrutiny for the zero liquid discharge and the circular water systems. Because honestly, ultimately, without water, nothing will flow. No farmer, no communities, and not even sustainability by itself. So let's go to the next slide. So in this slide, most of you will recognize all the states and the districts that are listed here. And because most of you in the pharma are actually working out of these states, right? So just carefully look at this one. And this is a state-wise number of OCS. OCS is overexploited, critical, and semi-critical districts as per the national compilation by the Dynamic Groundwater Resource of India. And these numbers haven't improved over the years. In fact, depletion has accelerated. So therefore, it's not so much of a policy issue anymore. It's more one of survival for both the communities as well as the industries. And the Central Groundwater Board in 2024 published that there are over 102 overexploited districts, which means that they're withdrawing more than 100% of the water that's being recharged. There are about 22 districts which are critical. That means they are withdrawing about 90 to 100% of the water that's being recharged. And semi-critical is about 69, right? So, and we can see that the pharma clusters who, heavily overlap these stressed aquifers. And so everywhere our extraction exceeds recharge. And this structural, this imbalance is actually structural, right? Particularly for pharma being a very water intensive operations, this is really at the epicenter of this pressure. So let's go to the next slide. So here you will see that you can see the map of India, and I want you to focus on the red one. This is India's map of water stressed zones. And unfortunately, you see red, and more red, right? 18 key pharma clusters across our states fall within these stressed regions. And now if you overlap the blue pharma clusters on the bottom right of the slide, the story is still sobering. The very, very heart of India's pharmaceutical operations, where billions and billions have been invested in world-class facilities, is actually staring at a severe water challenge, possibly within this decade or maybe even sooner. I want to put one number that I'd like this to be with you. Our per capita water availability has fallen from 5,200 cubic meters in 1951 to today less than 1,500, and it is projected to drop below 1,200 by 2030 if our water stewardship programs do not scale. So more than half of our land in this country faces extreme water stress. And there are about 4,000 wells that are being monitored by the government. And over half of these wells are actually declining, which means that the water table has been reducing. And therefore, we clearly need to change the narrative from just seeing water as a utility to recognizing that it is a shared value, from simply being a water user to becoming a water custodian. And traditionally, we've had a traditional thinking that we need water for operations. Yes, we do, for pharma, of course, in processes, utilities, and in the product itself, right? But the emerging paradigm is bigger. We need to ensure that water security, we need to ensure water security for our communities if we want to ensure business continuity. So looking ahead, our focus has to be on the 5 R's: reduce, reuse, recycle, recharge, and restore. And believe me when I say that for pharma, water scarcity and water security will hit us long before the GHG emissions or the carbon limits will hit us. Going to the next slide. So if we think about how do we look at, therefore, pharma's water strategy, be it water neutrality strategy, be it water positive strategy, I would think that there are 3 points for us to consider. The first is to reduce blue water usage. What's blue water? It's the fresh water that we draw out from rivers, lakes, or underground aquifers. And blue water is one of the most stressed form of water, and our goal should be to minimize its withdrawal through efficient utilities, process optimizations, and water recycling. The second pillar is to enhance the use of alternative water resources, like tapping green water from rainwater harvesting systems, or even using gray water, which is from treated effluents for non-contact streams within the plant. And together, between the blue water, green water, and the gray water, they kind of help close the loop and reduce the dependence on the fresh blue water. Equally important is the third pillar, that is to support the water conservation programs in our community, where we help recharge the groundwater, revive local water bodies, enable access to safe water. And these efforts will not only offset our operational footprint, but will also strengthen the surrounding ecosystems. And actually, if you think about in a broader context, we can also manage black water, which is actually very contaminated water, but it requires advanced treatments before discharge, like the ZLD plants, or the purple water, which can be claimed and treated and can be used safely for non-potable operations like gardening and flushing. And just the reason why I brought this particular slide is there are so many color codes of these waters that we use. And all these color codes remind us that every drop of water has a value, and true water neutrality will come from respecting, reusing, and replenishing each form of water in the cycle. Let's go to the next slide. So, as an industry, I would say progressive pharma companies have made progress, right? They are now treating every plant like a local water bank, investing in rainwater harvesting or reuse systems. But the next step is actually crucial, where we need to scale these systems and track measurable recharge outcomes. So companies that today do rainwater harvesting in their tanks, recharge pits, or shafts, are we actually measuring how much are we harvesting? Or when we reuse treated waters for gardens, utilities, or toilets, are we actually measuring whether, how we reuse this treated water? What percentage do we reuse? Are we consuming the RO rejects? Pharma water business runs on RO. How are we using this, right? Are we implementing the ZLD? And let's talk about RO for a minute again, because many times I've been asked this question is, where can the RO reject water be used? Because RO reject water does have high dissolved solids, and so it's not fit for purpose for direct use. But you can do a risk assessment, you can do a proper segregation, and then it can be used maybe for utilities, for cleaning, for landscaping, right? Particularly, for example, in cooling towers, the RO reject water can be used to replace the makeup water, reducing the fresh water demands. Especially in my experience has been in our large plants, we could reduce the demand by about 15 to 25%. It could be used in the boiler pre-treatment, blended with softened water for low pressure boilers, or for non-process cleaning like floors, vehicles, HVAC filters, etc. Sanitization, gardening, right? So I do see some of the leading pharma companies working on this, and they're taking it a step further as well by blending the reject waters with treated effluent using RO or MEE or ATFD systems to recover up to 95% of the water back into the operations. So the message that I want to leave here is water reuse and recharge are just not operational choices. They are actually strategic imperatives. Let's go to the next slide. So while we do a lot of things within our boundaries of our factories, I think there's a lot to be done beyond our boundaries as well. So to me, true stewardship starts when we restore water beyond our premises, in the villages, in the aquifers that feed our operations. Because our partnership with our community is as critical as our ZLD. So we can renovate traditional water structures, renovate dried bore wells, revive the local sources that had once sustained entire communities. And maybe go to the next slide. We can recharge or we can partner with the Ridge to Valley watershed programs, ensuring that every contour of the land captures and channelizes the rainwater efficiently. And through co-investment in rural recharge structures, we can help restore groundwater tables and strengthen water security for our villages around our operations. Because invariably, all our pharmaceutical hubs or our industrial zones have been around communities, and we actually have a common shared resource of water between our industries and our communities. And I think that recharge, harvesting, and reuse, it actually delivers immediate and compounding benefits. The first thing is it strengthens the local aquifers, boosting both resilience for both the plants and the communities. You are close to the plants. ZLD is mandatory in most states as well. And I believe it should be actually mandated in every single state and every industry. But it helps, therefore, to reduce regulatory and compliance risks. And then most important, it builds the goodwill with the local ecosystems and the public agencies. So in the subsequent slides, I think later, I will also share with you how CIPLA had turned this philosophy into action, what had been achieved beyond the factory gates. And these efforts go hand in hand with the belief that industry and community water resilience must grow together. And I personally had some very gratifying experiences where we saw that we could regenerate water bore wells which were dry for over 2 decades. Today, with all our programs beyond our boundaries, we now have overflowing bore wells and supplying water. So let's go to the next slide, please. So there's also often a question about, does it make investment case? watershed programs actually are high impact and low capex solutions. They require investment, but the investment is minimal upfront. It can be implemented in a modular way. It can be implemented in a distributed way, and you can reduce the dependency on a single site infrastructure. In fact, every rupee that is invested in watershed restoration delivers multiple returns in water availability, in soil health, in community resilience. And typically the results show up very quickly. Within 2-3 monsoon cycles, you can just see the entire landscape of changing in terms of when you've invested this beyond the boundaries. And the benefits go beyond conservation. There's employment generation, there's women's empowerment, there's higher yield of crops, there's multiple crops that can be now done. There's biodiversity restoration. So when you compare this infrastructure, this to the infrastructure that we have for ZLD, ZLD is actually a heavy infrastructure, right? They are impressive systems, yes, but they're mandatory, yes, in most states, but they also require a very large capital, high operational costs, and constant maintenance compared to what you would do in your community. So, I am personally a big believer in the watershed programs, working with nature, restoring catchment areas, improving infiltration, and recharging our aquifers at really a fraction of a cost. And believe me, when we invest in water, when we invest in communities, agriculture, all these ripple effects go far, far beyond ESG. So let's go to the next slide. So like taking the discussion from the earlier slide, right? What does it cost? Like I said, it's not really very expensive. It's one of the most cost-efficient ways to secure long-term resilience. And a lot of these programs can be funded through the mandatory CSR commitments that every responsible company already undertakes, making them both accessible and impactful without really adding a new financial burden. So it's estimated that there's only about 40 rupees per kiloliter of water potential is required to generate usable water through the construction of water harvesting structures. And this table here gives you whether the water harvesting structure is done on flat regions or on hilly regions. There will be different costs, but an overall, the cost could be around 40 rupees per kiloliter. And think about it, this is an extraordinary return compared to the cost of if you were to buy water today for industrial treatment or for sourcing or even for home. And a lot of these figures have been derived from the work that we have done across both flat plains as well as hilly terrains. And what it underscores is the importance of selecting technically feasible and hydrologically effective sites. And therefore, you have to work with the right partners as well. So in flat regions, you can do lined farm ponds, percolation tanks, or farm bunds. These give the best recharge results. And in contrast, check dams, core well gambions, or contour trenches, they're far more effective for hilly regions where you see water run off faster. So therefore, careful planning, terrain-based design, prioritization of sites are very critical when we look at our water harvesting programs. Yeah, so let's go to the next slide. So in the next two slides, I will share with you the CIPLA story, but a brief disclaimer as well, that a lot of data that I'm presenting is drawn from publicly available sources, as well as some of the work that I personally did. And CIPLA's approach to water stewardships actually starts from within their manufacturing facilities and extends out to the communities that they serve. And they recognize that genuine water security is shaped not only within the plant, but across the watershed programs as well. Today, 67% of the sites are reported to be operating with zero liquid discharge, which means ensuring that there's no waste water that leaves the premises. And there's been a 13% reduction in the overall water withdrawal, which is with a baseline year of 2019. And today, they recycle nearly half of all the water internally, whether it's for cooling, landscaping, or utilities. And beyond the gates, Cipla's community watershed projects have conserved over 24 lakh kiloliters of water, benefiting more than 4,000 families across 27 villages. And that's helped them improve their agriculture, reduce migration. And this was one of the biggest challenges that these communities had, that during the non-monsoon or the rain deficit times of the year, they had to migrate to the city, disrupting life, disrupting education of the children. And now with these watershed programs, we've reduced the migration, working across the entire catchments from rich to valley, restoring the natural water balance and community resilience as well. So go to the next slide. And also then a lot of work, as you can see, done at the ridges. Cipla built water absorption trenches that can hold rainwater along the slopes, help it soak into the ground. Midway down the gabion walls, the gabion walls are stone-filled wire structures that help stabilize the soil, trap the sediment, doesn't allow this, prevents landslides as well, because it holds the soil there. And then in the valleys, we put check dams, percolation tanks, earthen nala bunds to slow and store the runoff water, recharging groundwater and keeping the fields fertile long after the rains as well. So together with all these structures, there was a natural cascade at each step, capturing and holding water for the next. And you can see a lot of these were all dry lands and dry wells, but the impact is visible here. The wells have revived, the groundwater levels are rising, the farms stay greener much longer, and the families, most importantly, no longer have to migrate in search of livelihoods. So this is Cipla's Rich to Valley story. It's actually a proof that when business acts as a steward of nature, both people and the planet can thrive. And we did a lot of this fantastic work in collaboration with our partners. I must mention about our partners, they've been phenomenal, but it's also important that you choose the right partners. We had partners like BIF, Myriad. I'm just naming few because I worked with them, but there are so many others. And they actually brought back life to these water-stressed regions across Maharashtra. We worked in Nasik, we worked in Satara, then we worked in Karnataka, we worked in Tamil Nadu, in Krishna Nagari as well. Yeah, so let's go to the next slide. So, I cannot not stop talking about water because it just a simple act of water harvesting has so many wins. We already saw what Cipla did, but just to count a few, right? I mean, it restores groundwater, boosts farmers' incomes, creates local jobs, including new opportunities for livelihoods and women's livelihood. And I'll share you one experience that I had when we were in Satara. Because today, farmers' incomes have got boosted, which means that they have now more disposable income, which means that they want better houses, which means that they need electricians, they need carpenters, which means that you are now creating new local jobs and new training. So it just has so many cascading impact of one effort of doing water restoration or water harvesting programs within the community. And it also helped revive biodiversity. It helped support fish farming. It helped attract migratory birds, creating really, like I said, new income streams, because we had to now have new vocational guidance and vocational training for some of the villages that we have. And it's not just Sipla's story alone. There's so much evidence that has been published by the World Bank as well, where they've reported that the groundwater rises by 2 to 4 meters near the targeted recharge projects based on all the initiatives that they've seen. The public works program like Menrega has also spoken about how, hundreds of crores of person days have been generated linking rural employment directly to water programs. So again and again, a lot of these cross-study reviews constantly show that rainwater harvesting increases crop intensity, expands irrigated areas, raises smaller household incomes, making a very, very high impact. So yeah, let's go to the next slide. So I'd like to say that energy independence, so GHG reduction, adopting renewable energy, this is what really defined our last decade. But I believe that water security should define our next. Because the companies that will act now will set the benchmark for sustainable manufacturing in India. So the key imperatives for me would be to really shift from zero discharge now and also start talking about being net water positive. Collaborate at the basin level, not just at the site. Work in your communities around your area, not just around your factories. Integrate water KPIs into the ESG audits and supplier scorecards. And take an aspiration and make it aim to make pharma water neutral across key states by 2030. Let's go to the next slide. So this slide actually showcases how, I listed some of them, I didn't list all of them, but showcases how leading pharmaceutical companies are actually rethinking water, not just as a utility expense, but as a strategic resource vital to business continuity and community well-being as well. So across the industries, you're seeing more and more players are adopting rainwater harvesting, recycling, zero liquid discharge, watershed programs. And yet among all the pharma companies, Cipla stands apart as the only one to have achieved and publicly reported water positivity, which means it's replenishing and harvesting more water than it withdraws. So this kind of really sets the benchmark of what true water stewardship looks like when sustainability is built into a business strategy and not just treated as a compliance tick box. And as you hear me, if there are other companies who have done water positive, have claimed to be water positive, I would love to hear more about them as well. But like I said, this journey cannot rest with the top 10 or 20 progressive companies. India's pharmaceutical ecosystem has 3,000 companies, 10,000 manufacturing units, right? And many sharing the same aquifers and river systems. So this scale brings both impact and responsibility, especially since inadequate effluent treatments in parts of the sector is also been linked to the local pollution and health risks. We heard Dr. Raghuvanshi talk that the regulators are rightly tightening the norms. I think while he talked to us about making ease of business more possible, taking out the complexities, but equally rests a lot of accountability and responsibility for the manufacturing companies, making sure that they have ZLDs or they have advanced recycling, particularly in APIs, bulk drug clusters. And ZLD is not inexpensive. It is capital intensive. It is technically challenging. But the faster, more inclusive pathway will lie in cluster-based solutions like you have CETPs, shared ZLDs, But they should also be supported by technical know-how from larger players. And I think I would strongly recommend industry leaders like Cipla, DRL, Sun, Lupin, Torrent. They're all in respective clusters, Zydus, who've already proven what's possible, should actually can actually extend that impact by mentoring and creating some models around sustainability for the rest of the pharma around their areas. So I do believe that if corporates, regulators, and financiers work together, we can definitely turn the risk that we have, the water risk, into water resilience, protecting the environment, empowering communities, and securing long-term license to operate for the entire Indian pharmaceutical sector. Let's go to the next slide. So as you design and think now of your own water stewardship initiatives, and as you partner to accelerate your vision, it is essential that you work with execution partners who are credible and who have a very strong record in this field. Collaborating with global benchmarks in responsible water management, whether it's Alliance for Water Stewardship, they provide a very robust framework for aligning with internationally recognized standards. And even in the Indian context, complementing that with the support from institutions like the CII adds significant practical value. I personally had great experiences with CII, both on the energy front as well as on the water. Their frameworks and they're very, very, very collaborative, very supportive to support the industries in their vision. And their frameworks kind of not only offer credible certification paths, but also help organizations understand and mitigate the water-related risks across the operations and across the supply chain as well. So yeah, and like I said, CII, I've seen them bringing really deep on-ground expertise, policy alignment, implementation support, enabling industries to translate, the global principles into practical context and very specific programs. So, and I think that this kind of an approach, working with experts, whomever you choose to, but should be credible, should have a lot of deep experience in it, will only strengthen your ability to communicate outwardly more transparently to regulators, investors, and communities, reinforcing your ESG commitments. And actually, it equips both your teams and partners with a common structure, common language for measuring, managing, and communicating water performance. Yeah, so let's go to the next slide. Yes, so today I would love all of us to pledge our commitment to water sustainability in every small way that we can do. The planet will eventually heal itself, but it's we who must heal our future. So thank you very much, and really appreciate the time that you've taken to listen to me today.
Well, don't let your future dry up. When it comes to water, it's time to think bigger, think big, and act bold. Well, that's the biggest takeaway we take from that presentation. Thank you so very much, ma'am, for addressing on why it is imperative for pharma to focus on water. So thank you for sharing that very imperative presentation with us. And as promised, before moving forward to our next session, we would like to take a few questions from our virtual audience members. And to lead the questions, I would like to invite the one who truly who's been at the forefront of bringing all of us together, the Senior Technical Advisor at IPA, Mr. Shirish Belapure.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Gina, I have some people have written, a lot of questions have come actually, but let us take some of them because we have time limit also. One of the important questions is related to the does this program, if you put this watersheds reducing program, does it give any incentives to the company? Are there some concessions or something?
So, I think before we talk about concessions, we have to be more worried about, do we have a future?
Yeah,
It
that
is
I
the
agree.
most,
People
right? I
don't
mean, to
understand
me,
that.
that is the biggest thing that we have to worry about, to say that we may not have the right to operate tomorrow if we do not start investing in it.
I agree.
So more than looking for concessions from the government, it's about saying, do we have a future of manufacturing? That's one. But the second thing, besides concessions, there's so many recognitions. Today, when you have, it's a validation of your philosophy of the company. It's a validation of your commitment. It's a validation when you get reported by various rating agencies that helps bring more investors to invest in your company, whether it's by DJSI getting rated there, or by recognition by Frost and Sullivan in your sustainability practices. So I think concessions will come. More than concessions, more riches will come, more investments will come when you do the right thing.
I think you actually really touched the first time you have taken water as a water conservation as a program, or even the today's session was on that. First time we did it. Up till now, we used to talk about the purified water and the water for injection for the pharma. The first time on the other end, we are looking at it. That's very good, actually, and thank you for bringing this to the notice. Actually, whole thing is basically once everybody becomes aware, then people will start putting those things into the light. Are there any interesting technologies? Now, for example, I have seen on the airport, Bombay airport, they say that they have used some kind of in urinals, they have used some kind of, so that no water is used at all. And they said lakhs and lakhs liters of water is conserved through this. So similarly, are there any other technology other than what you mentioned there? You did mention of how to recharge the water again back.
So I think recycling water for domestic usage has been done amply. I know we talked about the dry urinals. Honestly, Mr. Bilapure, I'm not sure about how successful it is and how well it has been scaled. But definitely reusing water and purifying water has been used for domestic flushes, sanitization, etc. So, so that technology is very robust.
Okay, that's good. What do you say? What percentage of the water we can reuse actually in the pharma? You have said 100% is done by the CIPLA.
No, not 100%. I said about 50% of the water that comes in is recycled. You can't do 100%, but at least you can use a lot of it, right from whether you want to use it for your utilities, in your cooling towers, in your boilers, gardening, landscaping, domestic, right? So there are so many opportunities, and I think has enough and more been explored may not be, right? So this is, I think it's a journey. There is no end to it. You have to keep exploring, but a lot of companies have reported that they have been able to recycle or capture 95% of the water, which I think is phenomenal, and capture it in whatever way and utilized in whichever manner.
That's good. Thank you. There is one more question here, which I'm reading it now. How prepared is our Indian pharmaceutical sector for a potential day zero event in the major manufacturing clusters?
So the reason I picked this topic today is it was real for us on the 19th of June, 2019 in Chennai. It was real. There was no water in the reservoirs, right? It is real today, already reported in Bangalore. These are all our pharma clusters. So I think that this is not just a statistics, it's just not a figure that's being reported. Very, very real. When I showed the map of India and showed the red regions, and we saw only red, we didn't see any any blue in that map at all. So it is real, it's not too far away, and it's real. It is up to the pharmaceutical industries and likewise other industries, textiles, leather, all of them to really invest, because these are one of the most polluting ones and very high water usage industries. So and I think that, it's while we talk about pharma, there should be a combined consortium where these other industries also come together to have best practices, because eventually we've seen so many articles, so much written about, how unscrupulous manufacturers have just been putting things out of their compound into the communities, and everything comes back to hit you, right? Because it's the same community in which families live. So I think that for us to all be responsible manufacturers, be accountable for it is one of the most critical things. So this is real. This is not going away.
I think you touched about other industry. The other industry which takes a lot of water is probably soft water, soft drinks companies. There are reported a lot of losses there because of the water tables have gone down there.
Yes, that's correct.
I think as a movement, we have to do something on this. Come back.
Yeah. And the most beautiful thing is a lot of these recharging programs you can revive it in a couple of monsoon cycles. It doesn't have to be a 100-year program or a 10-year program, right? I mean, and itself, the most beautiful thing is that once you do it, it is self-sustaining. It is low maintenance. So, yeah.
Harvesting of the rainwater is the best idea which can be used in the companies also probably. Are you doing that? You are doing that in the Sipla?
Which is what? Sorry?
Reharvesting. Rainwater harvesting.
Yes, of course. So all our plants had either rainwater harvesting or the roof water harvesting. So that's definitely part of the harvesting program. So you do it both in your plants as well as beyond your plants. It should be a combination of both. Why would you let stormwater just run away or the rainwater just run away? You capture all of it and utilize it for the best purposes that you can.
Thank you, Ina. I think it was very
Thank you,
interesting
Mr.
session. New area. So I think a lot of credit goes to you in picking up this topic. And I think we'll continue work on this through maybe our subgroups, other things we can continue to work on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Delapure, and thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate being able to deliver this talk today. Thank you.
With that, to my virtual audience right here, we now pause exactly for 5 minutes. We take a break of 5 minutes. So I would request you all to please reconvene sharp at 5:50, because hold on, because we have a very important subject, your favorite subject on artificial intelligence and automation in pharma. Well, as you all know that AI is no more a buzzword. It is quite a norm, right? So we are going to look at artificial intelligence and automation in pharma. So in the next 5 minutes, go ahead, grab your cup of tea or coffee and reconvene sharp at 5:50, because that's where we have two revered and prolific speakers who would be joining us. That will be followed by another panel discussions on biosimilars, and I'm sure that this is one subject none of you all would want to miss. So see you all sharp in the next 5 minutes. Till then, have a good time.
Yeah, Priya, while the audience joins back after the break, can you confirm my audio is okay?
Yes, Rajesh sir, we can hear your audio.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good, no problem.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. And I hope that you all are recharged and reset to capture some important learnings from our next segment. Well, like I mentioned, our next subject is going to talk about artificial intelligence and automation, as you all know, that are rapidly transforming pharmaceutical manufacturing, research, and supply chains. Well, the convergence of robotics, AI driven analytics, and smart facilities is reshaping how drugs are discovered, developed, manufactured, and delivered. Well, it is going to be a very exciting and an imperative segment. Our next topic right here is going to talk about AI and automation in pharma. What's next? And before we invite our speaker, once again to all our audience members, do not forget to post your questions as we go along in the session. We have a Q&A box right there. So do not forget to post your questions and post our segments. We will be taking questions depending on the time that we have. With that, our next subject right here, as first speaker in this session, joining us is Dr. Rajesh Kuppuswamy, an industry consultant in life sciences and healthcare, and he will speak on considerations for use of AI and related technologies in pharmaceutical manufacturing. Well, the one who is a healthcare and life sciences consultant who advises C-suite leaders in North America, Asia, and Europe on strategic planning, capability building, organization development, and technology strategy. We look forward to this segment and your session, sir. Over to you. So I believe you are on mute.
Okay, now I guess I'm unmuted.
Yes, you are.
Okay, and give me a moment so I can share my screen as well. Okay, I think we are good to go. Yes. So, good evening all. Thank you very much for taking the time. In the next 20 to 25 minutes, I will share practical considerations for use of technology, specifically artificial intelligence and advances in artificial intelligence in product development and in manufacturing. I picked one main document as reference for this section. In fact, let me actually flash that document. So if you can see my screen, you'll be able to see this draft guidance was actually published by the US FDA earlier this year. And this is titled Considerations for the Use of AI to Support Regulatory Decision-Making for Drug and Biological Products. So following the same title, I have picked the title for my presentation, and you will see why I did that. Now, before we jump into the guidance and implications to the industry, I want to spend a few minutes recapping the availability and adoption of technology in the pharma industry, especially as it relates to pharmaceutical operations. So while some of what I cover may be widely accepted as facts, some could be my point of view or just my opinion. So what I will cover today, I will start with my understanding of how technology maturity in industry is impacting decision making. Then I will share my views on what does it really mean to innovate. And then with an example from another industry, I will briefly speak about the need for process reinvention, the need for innovation. And then I will also share some examples of how such reinvention, process reinvention could actually be applicable to pharmaceutical operations. Then I will take one such example of process reinvention, and I will discuss the agency's guidance and what the industry might consider or how the industry might consider adopting the same. And then towards the end, I hope to leave a few minutes for questions. So without further ado, let me start. I have taken a three-step maturity evolution to describe available technology for use in pharmaceutical operations. And by pharmaceutical operations, it's a rather broad term. I'm bringing in manufacturing, quality, and any related aspects as well as part of this larger umbrella term of pharmaceutical operations. So I start with what I believe is proven technologies, which is widely adopted, and the benefits are real, and there is clarity on its usage, including how to justify its use in validated processes. Then I will be speaking about evolving technologies. So those evoking strong interests based on their potential to transform the industry. However, they are still not industrialized solutions. Pockets of adoptions are seen. Standards for their adoption in validated processes are still evolving. And then last, I will touch upon next generation technologies, which are purely aspirational, especially if proven reliable, can truly support process reinvention and innovation. So let's see what comes under proven technologies. So these are primarily used for enhancing efficiency, reducing costs, and reducing errors in repeatable processes. So for example, in manufacturing, predictive and preventive maintenance to minimize unplanned downtime is possible today. This is achieved by having a thorough understanding of the machines involved, the product, the process, and historical data. This is applicable to different kinds of equipment, including mixers, tablet presses, coaters, granulators, etc., to name a few. If I were to pick an example from quality, visual inspection of tough to monitor packaging lines. This is something where we find a huge application for visual inspection through computer vision. Then you also have an example in regulatory settings, especially in CMC settings, where the use of knowledge graphs is extremely prominent. I think of a pharma company which has a global label, and then it has regional labels and local labels. And think about the impact of if there is a label change that is necessitated in any of the local geographies, what kind of impact it will have in other labels, probably other 150, 200 labels. So is there a way by which the attributes can be related and that relational attributes can be utilized to see which one of these labels will actually get impacted, and then taking a call and initiating a change request workflow only on those. So these are essentially technologies which are proven, people are using it, solutions are industrialized, and benefits are significant. Now, if I move to the next step, which is in the maturity evolution, I've called them evolving technologies. And here, I would be remiss if I don't mention generative AI, but then there are other evolving capabilities as well. So it's not just about generative AI. And people are thinking about putting them to use in different settings. I've just called out a few: parametric testing, audit and compliance, risk management, and continuous improvement. But here, I think what is really important is there are many functions which are, be it regulatory, compliance, quality, testing, etc. They have tasted varying degrees of success. The only comment or observation I have on this topic is how the industry views return on investment in such investments, because on such what might even be considered expenses by many industry practitioners. Having worked with quite a few industry scientists, technology leaders, strategic thinkers, unfortunately, a lot of it is still considered expenses till the returns are proven. And the way the returns are often evaluated is comparing them to status quo and seeing if the returns are indeed profitable. And more importantly, they want the technology to be absolutely foolproof in its first version. I think that's a very short-sighted way of looking at it. The evolving technologies must actually be looked at with a lens wherein they may really form the foundation for the next one, which I'll be talking about in a moment, which is about next generation technologies. So that is my only observation here. The reason why a lot of these evolving technologies are still under the column of evolving technologies is because there is a lot of diffidence, there is a lot of inertia in the industry to adopt these, mainly because of the ROI angle. And I think that lens needs to change. And then coming to the last one, which is next generation technologies. Here, the biggest gorilla in the room is, of course, the agentic AI and multi-agent orchestration. But then it's not just about that. Many other technologies come together as well. I have called out some examples in pharma operations where this would be relevant and applicable. And in the next few minutes, I will actually take a deeper dive into some specific examples around this. So that's setting the context of proven technologies, evolving technologies, and next generation technologies. Now, really, for this industry, especially the industry in India, which is looking at diversifying beyond generics into specialty products and going into different markets and whatnot, it's very important to understand how you really rate what is the most appropriate technology for you, what forms the basis of investment, what is your time frame over which you look at returns, how do you really evaluate, and are you really in this business for changing things from current status quo? Because a lot of processes, the way they are executed today, many of them are already becoming archaic, and some of them could absolutely be a thing of the past within the next 24 to 36 months, or maybe even earlier. So process reinvention is really important. And in that context, I found this interesting slide. This is not from our industry, but I think I just want to draw your attention to the headers that says generative AI enabled, agent enabled, and agent enabled optimized, and agent enabled reinvented. Without going into the details of what really happens in this industry, because that's not what our interest is, I really want to draw your attention to the bottom of the slide, which talks about the kind of gains. So if it is just generative AI enabled, it is just about 5 to 10%. But if you're really reinventing processes, the kind of gains are huge, significant, manifold. And I strongly believe that is applicable in our industry as well. So if I think about process reinvention in pharmaceutical operations, I have called out a few examples, be it in manufacturing or analytical methods development or quality and regulatory. My objective is not necessarily to read through all of this. You can look at this slide. I think for those who are attending this session, many of these would be extremely familiar topics, so I don't need to go over these. But the point I'm trying to make here is, unless we are thinking about process reinvention, I don't think you will ever be able to get the kind of ROI which will interest you to spend money to invest in these technologies. So that's the bottom line. Sorry, I got distracted. Just give me 1 second. Yeah. I want to take the example of a tableting process, and let us examine 3 scenarios here. I mean, the unit processes are pretty much self-explanatory, right from weighing and dispensing up until packaging. And let's say you encounter 3 kinds of problems. I'm not saying all 3 of them happen at the same time, but these are possible problems that one might encounter. In scenario A, it's an issue with your granulation. You have some problems with your air temperature and humidity, and therefore the particle size distribution of the granules post the granulation step, they are not within spec. And your objective is to obtain a final blend with the optimal particle size distribution. So how are you going to address that? Just keep that in mind. The second scenario is a problem with drying. You're not able to achieve the appropriate LOD that you require within the prescribed drying time. And in the third scenario, think about a problem with the quality of the excipient that you receive from the supplier, and that is causing some issues related to hardness and friability. So if you were to see how to address these, right, the most important question is, are you going to be able to address it within that step? So for example, you had a problem with granulation and the particle size distribution was not appropriate. Are you able to alter the granulation conditions within the design space for which you have validated your process? And are you able to rectify the particle size? Or do you need to rely on a subsequent process, say milling, through which you will be able to compensate and still get the final blend in the right particle size distribution? And while altering or adjusting these, right, what impact you may have on other attributes that you may measure, such as moisture, compressibility, etc. So these are considerations that typically a scientist takes before making a decision as to what is to be done. Now imagine, as part of your process reinvention, you have autonomous agents, which is able to first identify the various possible scenarios, and then from within those scenarios is able to decide which one is the most optimal, and then initiate a workflow to execute that. That is process reinvention, and that is something which could be extremely beneficial. And how do you put an ROI on that? We can talk about that later. But think about something wherein you are doing something through which, untouched by human hand, untouched by any intervention from humans, you are able to correct a problem. Now let's move to the second scenario. Here the problem was you could not attain the LOD within the prescribed drying time. So are you allowed to extend the drying time? Of course, knowing why the LOD was not achieved, that is something that needs to be considered. Now, you can also take a call. I'm okay with a higher moisture content. My LOD, I was probably targeting about 1.5%. It's around 2.2%. Am I still okay? Can I still live with 2.2%? Will my batch still be okay for release, as well as in the shelf? Now, let's say I feel that no, the batch is not going to be okay with a higher moisture content. I am not able to continue drying for whatever reason. Maybe it's a good idea to abandon the process right there, so that you are saving on downstream time, processing time, and all the costs involved. Of course, a retrospective postmortem has to be done as to why the LOD could not be achieved, but at least you could take a very informed call and you decide to kill the process right there. It is still better than going through the whole thing and not being able to get a final product of acceptable quality. And then if I go to the last scenario, where I talk about issues related to friability, hardness, because the binder was of poor quality. Now, is it just hardness and friability that is getting impacted? And can you manage that by altering the conditions under which you operate the tablet press? Or are there other attributes also that are going to be impacted, especially as it relates to dissolution, disintegration, etc.? So these are considerations one needs to make, one needs to take into account, and then decide what is the best course of action. And in my mind, the investment in agentic AI and multi-agent orchestration, these are some examples of where we have the technology today, we have the capability today to achieve whatever I spoke about. It is just that we need to get there. Briefly, let me actually go back to this for a moment. I want to show you this table of contents here. So if you see here, I want to draw your attention to section 4, which talks about considerations for AI use in drug product life cycle. And you see for the risk-based credibility assessment, there are 7 steps. And then there is some special consideration for life cycle maintenance and early engagement. I'm going to be spending probably the next 10 minutes or so talking about these 6-7 steps in some detail from one of the examples that I just spoke about. And then I'll probably spend about a minute or two for special consideration and early engagement. And then I'll open up for Q&A. So let's say we are talking about scenario A. So once again, to remind everyone, what was scenario A? Scenario A was a situation where you had a problem with your particle size distribution after granulation. What are you going to do about that? Now, define the question of interest is the first step according to the guidance. So here, the question of interest, what it really means is, we have to be extremely clear, what is the AI model actually going to address? What is it that we are aspiring for the AI model to address? And clearly, in our consideration, in our situation, the question we are trying to address is, does the granulation end product produce granules per established particle size distribution? Do we have a technology that will be able to determine if that is the right particle size distribution? And if the answer is no, will the model be able to address corrective actions? So these are the questions of interest we are trying to address. Now, please ensure that you understand this part well. Ultimately, your approval by the agency for use of this technology is going to be based on how much clarity you have in the question of interest. Because it is towards that you have to provide data. It is towards that you have to establish you have actually been able to do that. And that is what the agency is going to approve you or ask you to do more work. So defining that question is extremely important, and that's the first step. Now, if I go to the next one, this is the context of use. Now, as important as the question of interest is, the context of use is also equally important, because here you should describe in detail what will be modeled and how the modeled outputs will be used. Now, it should also include a statement on if this technology is going to be used completely untouched or with no intervention from humans, or will humans be in the loop? Because the whole idea is, depending on how you define the context of use, you will have to validate that and show the results accordingly to the agency for them to approve this to be part of your process validation. So here we are saying, again, this is just an example. There is no hard and fast rule that it has to be this way. I have just taken this example. If you want to implement this in one of your organizations, you can take a different call. I am saying let the model be solely responsible for taking a call on particle size distribution. Is it appropriate or not? However, for the next part, right, the model will provide options for how the problem should be addressed if the particle size distribution is not appropriate. But from those options, which one to pick and which one to proceed with, let us have a human in the loop. Let us have an operator who will decide on what the corrective actions should be. Again, as I say, this is just an example. You can choose to have no human in the loop. You can choose to still have a human in the loop for even determining the appropriateness of the particle size distribution. That is totally your call. This is just an example, but all I'm trying to say is there is a guidance. Against each of those guidance, you should have clarity on how you're going to answer that or how you're going to adopt that guidance in your situation. The next one is very important because ultimately, none of the AI models is going to be 100% black or white. There is always some element of risk. There is always some, it's a matter of judgment. How do you actually use it? So here, risk is based on decision consequence and the model influence. So what does that really mean? Decision consequence and model influence, these are the two operative words here. When I say decision consequence, it means whatever decision the model makes, how much of an impact it is going to have ultimately on product quality. If the answer is very high, then the threshold for what will get you the approval to use technology as part of your process validation is also going to be very high. Model influence is about how much you are letting technology make a decision by itself and how much you are still supplementing that or complementing that with human intervention. So in our example, we decided to keep a human in the loop for which workflow we will pursue. However, in terms of decision consequence, it is a very high consequence because we are talking about product quality. As a result, this would be considered for most practical purposes as the context of use to be defined as medium. There is really no hard and fast rule as to what is low, medium, high, but this is just to give you an example. But the most important part is not it is medium, high, or low, but understand what is decision consequence and what is model influence. So those are the two most important things to understand, and accordingly you decide how you want to bring in your model as part of your process validation. Now, the next part is once you have clarity on, okay, what is the question of interest, what is the context of use, and what is the model risk, you have to develop a credibility plan. According to the risk, your credibility plan should be commensurate to that. And then that is something that you will share with the agency. Now, how do you share that with the agency? I will briefly cover that in the next slide. That is something for which you have multiple options. But let us stick to the credibility plan itself. That is the most important thing, right? This credibility plan should basically talk about two main things. How do you describe and develop the model? And then how do you evaluate the model? So as part of description and development, you have what kind of training data you used, what kind of training methodology you used. We are not doing a detailed artificial intelligence validation class here, so I'm not going into the details of that. But then the take-home message here is you should have clarity on how you developed and trained it and how you're evaluating it. Now, given that our model is of medium risk, that is what we agreed in the previous step, granular details of development and evaluation, including the human involvement, will be evaluated by the agency before accepting the credibility plan for your model. Once that credibility plan is accepted, the next few steps are relatively easy. I won't say they're extremely easy, but they're relatively easy because you're just going to execute. Now, as part of execution, you may have a very smooth journey. It may be exactly how you predicted, or as part of execution, there may be a lot of surprises which you did not expect, which means it's once again a feedback loop. You have to go assess the risk. You have to accordingly then change your credibility plan and so on and so forth. But based on what you get out of the execution, you have to just document that. And ultimately, just like you claim, I have validated my product for this process, you are claiming that you have determined the adequacy of your model for your context of use. And once that is something which is completely accepted by the agency, you are really good to go. However, what is really important to understand is, just like in product development, in process development, you have a situation of where you do your annual reports, you continuously monitor your process. There are certain things which you learn over a period of time. There is also something called lifecycle management for your AI models. Most important thing is early engagement. I've given you some examples of formal meetings and what are the other meetings. The guidance document that I showed, it has all the details of all of this. I've also, right up here, I have given the link for this guidance document. So for those interested, they can go into that, they can read more about it. And basically that's it. So it's all about how you engage early and how you really think of use of technology, especially technology which is also evolving as part of your overall product and process development, and how you make that integral to your process validation. So that is something that I would really urge for you to consider. We don't have the time to talk about the details of many things because we just went through a guidance document and an example. But right in terms of how do you acquire data, how do you make sure that the data is current, how do you make sure data is reliable, that whole step, in fact, let me go back here. This whole step of how do you develop a credibility plan, how you assess the model risk, these are extremely intensive steps as part of this. I'd be happy to engage with some of you if we have a chance to work together. But that's basically what I wanted to share. And I'm going to stop here and take questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Kuppuswamy, for sharing those practical insights into the use of AI and related technologies when it comes to pharmaceutical manufacturing. Yes, we do have a few questions from our audience. I'd like to bring back Mr. Belapure in the spotlight to take this ahead from here.
As usual, a good session.
Thank you, sir.
Rajesh, there are a few questions, I think. Is AI being used currently in Indian industry, Indian pharma industry?
Yeah, so if I were to just go back to that slide where I had talked about proven technologies evolving in next generation. AI falls in the second bucket around evolving technologies. A lot of companies have done very successful POCs. And with POCs, what they are establishing is the technology works. They are happy with the output it produces. Where the company struggles is getting funding to actually take it to production. And as I said, even while I spoke a few minutes ago, they are comparing the costs of taking it to production against status quo. And they feel that that kind of investment is not justified. So that is the threshold, or that is the hump that the industry needs to overcome. Otherwise, in terms of use of AI, it's very much prevalent. It is just that we need to get to the point of moving from POCs, from pilots to solutions in production.
So what kind of investment you are looking for?
See, as such, the overall investment in this, typically what people say is, if they were to bring in, let's just take one example. I think it's easier if I speak in the context of an example. People are worried about the quality of documents that they create. Doesn't matter, it is in manufacturing, it is in quality, it is whichever function, right? So people are worried about the quality of documents, they are worried about data integrity and so on and so forth. Now, when you think about a solution, and this is another reason why when you go from POC to production, there are a lot of unexpected hurdles. Typically, in POC, the belief is data is available, everything is readily brought to one space within the context of which you're just showing that I'm able to summarize. My technology is able to extract insights. My technology is able to detect anomalies. Say, when I take a protocol and compare that to a document, am I really making sense? Those things are done extremely well. However, in a practical situation, what are the relevant data sources? Are you able to connect to them real time? If you build that, what should be your strategy for building a data pipeline? Is this something that you do for one and you will be able to use for many? And therefore, this whole thing about ROI, can I spread the cost across multiple things? So these are considerations which the industry has not thought through in detail. But to answer your question about what kind of costs we are talking about, see, to get any solution in production, just a point solution in production of the kind that we just spoke about, be it a document grader or whatever, right? You're probably talking about anywhere between 50K to 300K, depending on what function and how you're doing it. Now, is that the right amount, or should that cost be distributed across multiple other solutions because you're sharing certain foundational capabilities? That's something which organizations need to decide internally.
Thank you. There are a few questions I'll just repeat. Probably, I don't know, Sir Rajesh, whether you will stay back for half an hour, but there is another session on the same topic.
I can stay.
Then probably questions are coming, then we can share the question. Something will come from
Yeah, I can stay. No problem.
I think Priya, we'll go back to our session and then we'll again have the
Q&A.
Okay.
Okay, all right, we'll take it that way. So firstly, thank you, Dr. Kupuswamy, for your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Belapure, for taking a few questions there. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move forward to our next topic, that our speaker will talk about trust, traceability, and transformation, and what really the next era of AI means for GXP Pharma. Well, our next speaker right here, who's just about to join us, brings a technology and innovation lens to this discussion. And I'm very pleased to invite Mr. Anil Chandru Patla, founder and CEO of Litwave AI, to speak on trust, traceability, and transformation. What the next era of AI means for GXP Pharma. Well, he is a technology leader with over 25 years of experience building platforms for highly regulated industry. And at Litwave AI, he's creating an industrial OS that unifies GXP data from LIMS, SCADA, MES, and paper into an AI-ready, audit-ready data foundation. We really look forward to this segment. Mr. Chandrupatlai, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Priya. I appreciate that. Let me share my slides.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can see my slides.
Yes, sir, we can.
Yeah, good afternoon, leaders, colleagues. I'm Anil Chandrapatla, founder and CEO of Lightwave AI. And as Priya mentioned, I've spent the last 25 years building what is considered failure is not an option platforms for high stakes industries. Let me actually bring you to some study here. Okay, so we are here to talk about the future of GMP, and I want to start with some hard numbers from a recent study conducted by PwC. They've actually analyzed about 200 AI use cases across pharma, and these use cases actually reveal a staggering opportunity. As per the study, the pharma companies which industrialize AI have the ability to double their operating profit by 2030. Let that sink in. This is a $254 billion opportunity annually worldwide. Of course, led by US significantly, but followed by emerging markets. Now, usually when we talk about pharma, it's a lot of focus on R&D. But the data here tells a different story. In fact, while R&D gets the headlines, the single biggest opportunity we see is in operations. 39% of the value in this report is attributed to operations. What you could save in terms of production, material cost, and quality. Now, what does it mean for us in India? I mean, we control almost 20% of the world's generics, and this is very critical. The next decade of our leadership is going to be on intelligence. And to capture this value, the next innovation will be on the factory floor. Now, if operations hold 39% of the value, where exactly does this come from? It's not just about digitizing data. It's about building the GMP intelligence platform, a platform that can help us deliver 3 specific industry outcomes. One, on regulatory agility. I mean, if you look in the finance industry, a CFO doesn't need to wait until the end of the month or end of the quarter to see how the audit books balance. Unfortunately, that is true for pharma. That is not true for pharma. We spend thousands of hours manually getting ready for audits. We spend enormous time in preparing regulatory documents. Now, with AI, these problems could be solved. AI can bring in rapid audit response capability, like being able to retrieve the exact data what an auditor needs in an audit, or even for you to respond post-audit to observations. The second bucket is around plant optimizations. It's about maximizing yield. You could use advanced analytics like principal component analysis to identify the golden batch parameters which can give you the maximum yield within your plant. It also extends the intelligence from the factory floor back into the warehouse, where you can track materials and vendor intelligence. And the third thing is on productivity. It's about operational efficiency. It means using predictive intelligence to figure out downtimes and critically improving your right first time metrics. Now, we're all here today with a shared mission to solidify our Indian pharma's role as the undisputed quality leader in the world. Now, there's a fundamental challenge to that vision. Can any of you guess what it is? It's definitely not the lack of expertise. It's definitely not the lack of intent. it's not the lack of commitment on the factory floor. I think the challenge is in terms of visibility. The challenge is the dark data. I'm not the only one saying this. There was a recent study, 2025 study from Logi Pharma, where they've actually interviewed 100 pharma leaders. And 32% of them said the biggest threat to utilizing AI is on siloed and poor quality data. This is what I call as the dark data. Now, if you look at this, 32% isn't just a survey statistic. If you interview any leaders in the world who are in the pharma manufacturing, all of them come to the same conclusion. We do have the data, but our data is trapped. We cannot easily retrieve it for intelligence. I mean, the barrier to this vision is definitely not the intent. The barrier is the visibility. And for decades, our factories have been talking to us through every batch record, through every quality system, through our ERP, through MES, and so on. The question is, have we been truly listening? The truth, unfortunately, is we haven't been able to listen to what our factories are telling us. We are suffering from a massive operational blind spot. An incredible 80% of the data is stuck in paper-based records. And for the rest, even when you have digitized, this data is fragmented across different siloed systems. It's very hard to retrieve this data, and you need to have an IT project for every such retrieval. So the data stays stuck. If the data cannot be used for intelligence, it's as good as dark data. So what happens with this inaccessible data is it creates invisible risks. You can't access this data in real time. You can fix what you cannot see. You cannot optimize your yield. You cannot figure out a machine downtime. Let me give you a real world example. So we have seen cases where the data from a quality test record gets incorrectly transcribed back into a manufacturing batch record. Now there are people overseeing these operations. They miss it on the factory floor. There's QA people looking at the time of batch review. They miss it. And these products go to the customer. Now, this is all the nightmare scenario we're all trying to avoid. If you think about this, I mean, is it an IT problem? Is it a compliance problem? I think it's beyond that. It is the operational blind spot. This is what is going to prevent us from capturing the 39% value, which I mentioned in the previous study. So what did we do till now? I mean, we've not seen this problem for the first time. We've invested millions in trying to solve this. And what we're left with is data presence. And we're all told the path we have to take is what I call the old way. This is the multi-year, multi-million-dollar path to digitization. Most of the people in this room have heard the stories. These projects often start as paperless dreams, but they're incredibly slow and disruptive. The cost, business disruption, and the validation overhead are just enormous. And after all that, we're left with digitized data, but not necessarily actionable intelligence. But the new way is fundamentally different. I call it the leapfrog. Instead of the same multi-year, multi-million-dollar, you're talking about weeks. Modern AI adapts to your technology. Wherever you are today, in terms of paper-based records or in terms of legacy systems, modern AI can adapt to where you are. It doesn't necessarily force a change into your factories today. Now, by adapting to that, they can actually create a structured layer of truth in terms of a AI-ready data foundation. And this foundation is essential for you to deliver to the 200 odd use cases you have seen coming from PwC. Now, I just want to make it real. I want to take a story. This is about a company. It's a real company, by the way, but I'm going to call them Pharma Company India. And their story will be very much familiar to many of you. You look on the right. This was their story before they adopted AI. Of course, a whole bunch of paper records for all their batch production. And they had their quality data in LIMS. They had the manufacturing data in ERP. Now, the QA teams were spending enormous amount of time matching what's out there in the batch records with what's out there in the LIMS system, and then trying to make sure every data is integral in the system so that they don't have a data integrity violation. Now, this was taking considerable amount of time. Now, it's not a lack of effort. It is the sheer complexity of manual reconciliation of data. Now, if you follow any industry studies, our human attention span diminishes greatly after spending 30 minutes of work doing such things. So, in terms of such pattern matching, AI is very good at that. So this is something, this kind of jobs are something which machines can do much better. They don't lose their focus at 5 p.m. And by letting AI handle these repetitive tasks, you are able to free your most efficient, high-skilled workforce from data matching and documentation generation to really drive decision making and process improvements. We've all seen mistakes done by our people who are overstressed and overloaded. It's just a human reality. So we have seen cases where an analyst working overtime misses a chromatogram reading or merges the wrong peak, and then the product gets out to the customer. And that's the nightmare we all want to avoid. So if you look at the picture on the right, this is the same company who have adopted AI, and now they are able to handle this batch verification now within a matter of an hour, because the AI agents are doing the hard work for them and then bringing them into the loop whenever needed. Now, what happens is these high-skilled workers are now able to focus on something which they have never been able to focus on, which is the process improvements I just talked about. Now, how did they get there? Did they have to change their infrastructure? Did they have to hire more people? Did they have to hire AI expertise? They did this by augmenting their team with AI agents. Now, when these AI agents read the data, this is not OCR. These are your multi-model agents who are able to understand the context of what they see, just like a human understands the context. These AI agents are pre-trained with GMP context. They understand pharmaceutical manufacturing. They understand how batches are produced. They understand the regulatory principles. So they help you build the AI data fabric which you need. And on top of it, since they understand regulatory principles, they can find data integrity issues much before they become a nightmare. They can tie up your site-specific SOPs, your MBRs, and compare the real production data with your policies and your procedures, eliminating false positives or false alerts, keeping them to the minimum. Now, that is how these AI agents know the difference between a deviation versus a correct entry. I mean, they just see the entire picture. That's how they're able to do these things. And the things which you talked about before, missing a chromatogram reading, figuring out whether the material consumed within a particular batch matches with the data in the ERP, ensuring that your in-process tests are accurately matching with what's out there in your HPLC systems. Now, a human reviewing this might miss those kind of gaps, but these are the things where AI is very good at. Now, when you look at this, this appears to be a too good of a story. And can we actually trust AI in regulated environments? I mean, how is it possible to have a system that is powerful, that's auditable, that's reliable in such an environment we're working on? And the reality is, no AI can be 100% accurate. Responsible AI solutions are not just designed for 100% accuracy. They're not designed for just for perfection. They're designed for oversight. They must use a human in the loop model. The AI always is a co-pilot and the human is a pilot. And if you look at this, right, there are three different aspects to think about before deploying or engaging with an AI solution. One is on human oversight, second is on chain of custody, and the third is on deterministic models. Especially AI cannot be a black box in the GMP world. If an agent performs an action, it must clearly cite the specific evidence, the specific data on why it is taking that action. And if the agent is not confident, it needs to bring the human in the loop, the right expert in the loop, who can validate the findings. Whether the agent is doing the work of taking your dark data to light, or whether the agent is making a critical decision saying that, okay, I am validating this batch, it's good to go. So good solutions know when to bring the human in the loop. And regards to the chain of custody, it's not like the audit trails of the past. It's not just about logging like, events. It's about logging interactions. When you have humans and AI working in tandem, it's very essential to capture the interactions as it passes between the agents to the humans, back to the agents, and so on and so forth. The entire story of the decision has to be tracked. And lastly, I mean, models can be used, agents can be used for different scenarios. I mean, using the models to figure out yield variance is one thing versus using the models and agents to figure out whether you have to ship a batch out to a customer. So these are two different things. And especially for critical compliance tasks, we should be using logged and deterministic models. If you give the same kind of batch data and the same kind of data in your systems, these agents should give you the same kinds of output. It cannot be, I give this data 2 months from now and the output will be different. Now, this combination of human oversight, the chain of custody, and then the deterministic models and agents is how AI becomes trustworthy by design, not just for regulators, but also for customers who are employing AI. Now, for pharma company, the results were transformational. I mean, they cut their batch review time from 5 days, all the manual work is gone. I mean, you could have seen in the previous picture, they're all happy looking at the board where the deviations were low. But I'm going to tell you that the real victory was not that speed. It was not this achievement. While this is great, I mean, 95% reduction, zero data integrity, right first time metrics. The biggest gain was, while trying to stay compliant, they connected their systems together. They built an AI-ready data fabric. Now that's phenomenal. Now that is what helped this company now do more than what they ever imagined. What used to be perception-driven is now no longer perception-driven. Now they are able to easily understand yield variance across product lines. They could finally predict quality. If they had a suspect on certain suppliers influencing their yield, they are now able to pinpoint it easily. They have bought machines. They paid humongous amount of money purchasing machines. And every of this purchase, including the vendor telling them how efficient that machine is, how quickly it works, it reduces like the cycle time from, let's say, 10 hours to 8 hours. But in reality, they were never able to figure out whether they are getting exactly what was promised to them. Now they are able to do that. Previously, they were never able to see if they can get a new order. They are doing 100 tons. Can they take another 20-ton order? Not sure. They didn't know what that means. What should they do? Should they increase the human workforce on the floor? Should they buy a new machine? Should they optimize something? It was all fuzzy math. It's no longer fuzzy math. So at the end of the day, they just didn't get a compliant factory. They got a smart factory. Now, if you look at this, like, how did they achieve this? This slide might look a little bit familiar and say, like, what's new in this? I see these 3 circles. I mean, this looks very familiar to IT projects of the past. But the difference is in the middle circle and the circle to the next. If you look at the AI platform, these AI platforms are delivering AI agents to you, which come with a GMP context. They're very powerful. They're helping you not just extract the data, making it ready. They're also helping you solve those business use cases. They're doing a lot of heavy lifting. But the partner in the middle is very important. The partner in the middle is now transitioning from what used to be deploying products in the old world to deploying their expertise to solve a business problem. The partner is not fighting on how to install this product and how do I take this product and configure it in the right way so the company gets the business value. Rather than that, they are now able to up-level themselves. They are the forward deployed engineer. They are designing the solutions for the end customer. If the biggest problem for the company is staying compliant, they're working with them on how can they stay compliant. If the problem is on yield, they're helping them get to their best yield. The problem is on quality, they're focusing on quality. Now what happens is, this completely changes the whole paradigm. The platform is providing the agents and the partner is the engineer who is deploying and who is helping the end customer solve the business outcome. Now the job of the partner here is simple. They're designing the solution, they're training and enabling your teams, and they're handing over the keys and they're out of it. They come into the picture if you need to solve another problem or if you need to scale to your next site. Now, how you begin? I think I've seen a number of studies. If you look at everybody trying to boil the ocean, I do not think you need to boil the ocean. The mantra here is start small, validate fast, and scale securely. And speed matters. If you look at the PwC study, there's a critical point they mentioned. The companies who are successfully doing the AI transition today are working with specialized AI solution providers to accelerate the adoption. You just don't need AI software. You need the right partner who can be that force multiplier for you, bringing you the right expertise for you to realize these business goals, not in months, not in years, right? It's about solving them today. So if you ask my advice is to pick one non-disruptive, high ROI problem, whether it's compliance, whether it's quality. Start with your biggest pain point, run a quick pilot, and then see that working with your own data. And get that small win that energizes the entire company around this. And then you start taking those confident small steps and build from there. Now, I'm going to say that the reality here is the AI factory is not a 10-year plan. We're not here talking about 2035. We're talking about something which you can do to realize the potential of 2030. I also understand that every factory is in different stage. Some of you could be drowning in paper-based batch records, and your immediate lifeline is to stop the firefighting. And even for those who are not buried in paper, even for those who have already digitized stuff, the future is for you too. Because in this age and world, just being digital isn't the finish line. The real goal is to be intelligent. So whether you're solving today's documentation crisis or looking for tomorrow's predictive maintenance, the AI platform is the engine that gets you there. And pick the right partner to enable this transformation. Now, what I've shared today is not necessarily like about a particular company or a particular partner. To me, this is what this industry is about to become. It's about finally empowering our teams who are at various levels of maturity, who know AI, who know IT, doesn't matter, with technology that adapts to the GMP world. The vision for the India pharma to be the undisputed quality leader of the world is within reach. And it will be built on a strong foundation, which is audit aligned, quality first, and yield aware. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chandru Patla. I must say that was some very riveting and pertinent points and perspectives shared with us, and that golden advice of how to get started. I'm sure these are small little things that people look forward to. So thank you for sharing that advice too. With that, we have a few questions received from our audience members. Shirisa, I would request you to take this ahead from here.
I think what you talked is basically a key to the most of the problems pharma industry have currently. Audit ready, efficiency improvement in the manufacturing, quality analysis everywhere. So it's excellent to know that this can be sorted out. Has it been employed somewhere else where they are getting these results like this?
Absolutely. I mean, you would be surprised that this is already in motion. It is running in production as we speak.
Okay, that's good. So you can actually show what has been done.
Absolutely.
One more problem what we see, and somebody has raised that question also, that when you are sharing the data, pharma companies are very scared to give the data to anybody else. That's the issue. Means even if I remember when we were doing the MES, we said we will not give in the cloud. We'll have our own. How do you ensure the cyber security in such cases?
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's a great point, right? And there are various reasons for that, and I completely empathize with that. First and foremost is it's their recipes, like it's their secret sauce, and nobody likes to share their secret sauce. And also in some cases, what we have seen is some of these units are in remote places where you don't have the connectivity all the time, and these companies have to run 24/7. They are never sleeping. So the solutions here, I think, which are both amenable to your CIOs as well as to the quality teams, is the AI to be deployed where it's needed. In fact, the solutions out there can run within your factory. If you have like 15 different units, these solutions can run within every unit. Or if the customer feels confident and they have good connectivity, they can even run in their data center. And some of the customers choose right on the cloud, but they are very, very particular, Shirish, to your point that if it runs in the cloud, they don't want these APIs to go to OpenAI or Gemini or any other thing. And even the regulatory standards, right? They don't want you to run something which is constantly changing, right? They want this to be more deterministic. So some of the customers I've seen are very comfortable even in the cloud, but when they're assured that these models are not changing, right? So they need the similar thing like deploying software, right? I know that this version doesn't change.
Okay. Rajesh, I think Priya, can Rajesh also join us? So we are team whole. Yeah, Rajesh is also there.
Sure, sir. If Mr. Kuppuswamy is here on call, so you can please also join us for the questions. We are yet to take your questions as well. So, yeah.
Kuppuswamy and Anil, right?
Yep, that's right.
Both talked about the cost, but real cost we did not get. What when you start employing this AI at even initial stages, what will be the cost which will be spent on this, getting the AI agents?
So it really depends on the business use case you're solving, right? And the scale of the use case. I'll give you an example. Audit readiness for a small manufacturing facility where you're probably manufacturing 1 or 2 batches a day is very different than audit compliance for a company doing 50 batches a day in a site.
Multiple.
Right? So the cost of the solution varies by the extent, the scale of what needs to be done. And similar to that, the benefits are also similar. I mean, a company which is doing 50 such batches can seek enormous amount of benefit from AI. And I mean, Rajesh earlier brought up a very, very important point. And one of the barriers is, today technology, I wish it was cheaper. GPUs are expensive. If you run the solution in a cloud or on-prem, if you use GPUs, these are pretty, pretty expensive. And the ROI has to match what the customer is seeking to solve. So the use cases are primarily driven by ROI, and some of them are fast to do, but some of them have significant ROI. So it all depends on the ROI.
Okay. You also said that whether even if it is not digitalized, you will be able to use the manual processes or the paper documents for this. How it can be done is because AI will require the data. So from the manual records, how will you get that data?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Rajesh. Sorry, Shirish. I mean, if you look in the past, people were trying to solve this digitization for a long time. It's not new. Where AI helps is the context, right? Just like a self-driving car doesn't mean that you have to build a new road. AI has evolved to a way so they can see the big picture. They understand the manufacturing batch records. They're not just taking what is written as a number. They understand this number is for a certain context and how that is related to something in a digital system. These are able to do all those things, right? So that pre-training of these agents, where they make the solutions a lot better than what OCR would have done in the past.
Rajesh, you want to add anything?
So two things. One, going back to this problem on ROI, as long as we are trying to do incremental improvements in current processes, I don't think you will ever be able to justify the investments, which is why I spoke about truly what is your innovation here? What is it that you're really doing as a reinvention of your process so that we are talking about there is nothing to compare with against what it is in the current scenario, because current scenario cannot even imagine something like that. So in the examples that I took, and I think Anil alluded to some of those as well as part of how you contextualize your agents and whatnot, right? If you can sleep peacefully knowing very well that doesn't matter whatever happens in your process, you have done your best given the conditions in which you were asked to make the batch or whatever, be it in terms of assuring quality or even abandoning a batch, abandoning it early enough. That we haven't reached that yet today. So that to me is truly innovation. And there, how do you really measure your returns? There are ways by which the agency is willing to reward such an organization compared to someone else who isn't doing anything of that kind. And in terms of possibly faster approvals. So there are many, many different ways by which you can engage the agency to ensure that things work in your favor. And those should be factored in as part of your ROI, which means if you're doing incremental improvements, you, especially a generic industry, I don't think AI is for you. If you're really thinking about reinvention, innovation, then you should really be willing to play in that space. You should have a vision of what is it that you're really aspiring to be and where do you want to be. All these things we spoke about, parametric testing, etc. Think about it. You have gone through the whole thing and you are able to release the batch without testing it because you're so confident that you don't need to test it. And the agency has approved that. That is the vision. And if you're able to get that, how do you compare that against where you are today? So obviously you will be looking at a completely different horizon in which you will play. So that to me is the most important thing when it comes to looking at should you invest in technology or not, how much would it cost, etc.
The cost of the non-compliance or the cost of the quality is so high, something goes wrong, then your business comes to the standstill. And that's what happens many times.
but we still look at it as a probabilistic thing and say that, oh, the probability that we go wrong, and then the probability we go wrong and we will get caught. And the probability that even if we get caught, what is the punishment going to be? Is it something we can still absorb? So you put in all those and then you evaluate that against, oh, can I invest this technology? Should I invest in this? Obviously, the answer is not going to be positive.
Yeah, I think Rajesh brings a very good point. I think
You have seen the problems, regulators and the import alerts creates I think they will definitely look for it. Okay, I don't think we should hold any more. I got 2 calls from the people. Thank you very much, both of you. I think
Thank you so much. It was great presenting.
Thought people will definitely look at it differently now. Thank you very much.
Yep,
Thank
you're
you.
welcome. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you to both our speakers for giving us so much food for thought and deep diving into some very crucial aspects when it comes to artificial intelligence and automation in pharma. So thank you for sharing those very pertinent presentations. With that, to our virtual members, our virtual audience, from one fantastic conversation to another, I believe that is what we're exactly delivering at the 10th Advanced GMP workshop. And now that brings us to the final segment for day one, a high-profile panel discussion on a topic of immense current relevance, which is biosimilars. Well, as we all know that biosimilars is one crucial sector that has emerged as a global powerhouse driven by a combination of robust manufacturing infrastructure, supportive regulatory frameworks, and increasing domestic and international demand. Well, this segment, this panel discussion will deep dive and talk about perspectives on biosimilars in India, scaling with quality and speed. And I'm delighted to present to you all our speakers for this very wonderful panel discussion that we're about to witness. First up, our moderator. I'd like to invite our moderator, Dr. Rustam Modi, Senior Vice President and Head R&D Biologics at Sun Pharma. Well, the one who has over 36 years of experience leading biopharmaceutical programs across 4 multinational companies. I'd like to invite our moderator, Dr. Rustam Modi.
Sure.
Also inviting our panel members for this segment, Dr. Sanjay Singh, the Chief Executive Officer and Whole-Time Director, Genova Biopharmaceuticals, is leading innovations in manufacturing that resulted in 7 life-saving biotherapeutics. A very warm welcome, sir. Also inviting our next speaker, Ms. Meena Gurri, a biosimilar science and policy officer at Medicines for Europe, representing the European generic and biosimilar medicines industry. A very warm welcome, ma'am. I'd also like to invite Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, the president at Zydus Life Sciences Limited, leading research and drug substance manufacturing for biologics. Well, under his leadership, Zydus has developed and launched 14 biosimilars and 1 novel biologic with a robust pipeline under development. A very warm welcome, Dr. Sanjeev. And we're also about to invite Dr. Dhananjay Patankar, an independent biopharma expert who has played a pivotal role in India's biologics journey and has led teams that delivered India's first biosimilar therapeutic product, first Indian biosimilar approved in Europe. We're delighted to have all our panel members and a moderator as well, Mr. Modi. We look forward to this panel discussion, and sir, you can take this ahead from here. And of course, before we start, to our audience members, you can post your questions when the session is on, and at the end, our moderator would love to take a few questions from them. Over to you, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Priya. That was a good introduction to the panelists. Good evening and warm welcome to the panelists and the participants for our discussion on biosimilars in India. This is like a 3rd season of Netflix. It is a sequel on biosimilars directed by IPA. It's a unique way of connecting with so many participants, and I'm glad to have this kind of a discussion. I would like to thank Mr. Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General, Shirish Bellapure, Senior Technical Advisor, whom I call Bhishma Pitama of Pharma, and Rajiv Desai, Senior Technical Advisor, to have orchestrated this wonderful session. We are proud to have distinguished subject matter experts on our panel whose background you just heard. At the end of the session, you will certainly say we had the best experts. Their knowledge and depth of experience is what we intend to tap in this session. As the moderator of this session, I will be providing a brief background on some of the news and happenings around biosimilars. That is to familiarize the listeners. This will be followed by a question for the panelists. We will devote about 4 to 5 minutes on each topic, and I have kept 20 minutes reserve time for open Q&A sessions, which the audience may like to pose to the subject matter experts. If you like a response given by the SMEs, do share your reactions as well. Dr. Sanjay Singh, unfortunately, has a hard stop at 7:45, so he will be leaving us. But before that, I'm so glad that he has managed to carve out 45 minutes for this panel. To begin with, the biggest news in biosimilar business these days that is making the headlines is regulatory agencies around the globe, EMA and US FDA, are introducing a game-changing reform in biosimilar regulations. The dawn of the non-animal tox, no clinical trial era for biosimilars is a historic shift in the biosimilar approval process. This is likely to reduce the cost of biosimilar development by 50 to 60%. Let this sink in. Question to the panel is, clinical efficacy study waiver is likely to become an accepted regulatory practice in Europe and US. How do you see the world of biosimilars changing, and what strategies should Indian biosimilar companies adopt? I think EMA was the first to blink by issuing a concept paper on a comparative efficacy study waiver. I would like to direct this question to Ms. Meena, who is the Biosimilar Policy and Science Officer from Medicine of Europe. Meena.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me, see me. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you're dialing in. It's my pleasure, and thank you to the organizers for having me here in this very important panel to discuss this very pertinent topic, as our moderator has already stated. So yes, indeed, the EMA has begun its discussion on streamlining already last year with the publication of the concept paper, followed by the reflection paper. And now the consultation has concluded. We are waiting for the outcomes of the consultation. It was a very productive process. We even had an opportunity to take part in an multi-stakeholder workshop hosted by the EMA. And this is a very, I think, important moment, and also kind of reflects the role that the regulatory agencies have when this topic is concerned. So it's really important that the regulatory community and the regulatory authorities stand behind this concept, not just in certain regions that we like to look to, but also globally, because only when we have this waiver implemented in all jurisdictions is when we will have the real efficiency gains of this concept. So this is maybe one key takeaway, that also the Indian CDSCO really needs to take part and buy into this concept and really champion this change, which is completely founded in science and founded in this impeccable reputation that the biosimilar medicines have across these almost 2 decades now that we have been interacting with them, but also more broadly, the regulatory community has been dealing with biologics also for much longer, and we know that biologic medicines, biosimilars are part of this sphere. I believe that it's really important that global harmonization is really at the forefront of this change. And then also, I think the companies would be ready to act upon it, because I think all biosimilar developers are very well aware how important quality and analytics are when it comes to development, so that they're already really heavily betting on it. So just keeping up the good work and looking to each other. The 2022 WHO biosimilar guideline has already kind of cracked a bit the landscape with some recommendations and key considerations in its revision. One of them is a streamlining approach to considering clinical comparability requirements, but we also saw that they took into account the limited exception-based approach towards animal studies and also a simplified approach to the sourcing of comparator products. So these are all considerations for a global industry that the regulators need to champion and the companies need to act upon. So maybe to start with that. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Meena. Sanjay, would you like to add to what Meena has just said?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Rustamji. So I see the biosimilar space in three independent positions. One is, if you see one of the biosimilar, which is Keytruda, is going off patent in a year or 2 year time, but it is such a costly, it is very, very difficult to afford globally, though it brings huge advantage to the cancer treatment. So can we make it in such a fashion that it is available globally to the most needed one? At present, what the data said, it is only available to 3 to 4% of the needed one. So this is biosimilar space as this opportunity to reach the most advanced medicine to the all who required it. The second part is these innovations or these manufacturing practices are more than 2 decades or 3 decades back. So they are not using the most modern technology of just like before session on AI. So can we bring the next generation manufacturing into it, and which makes a huge difference, and where the time, the cost, and these functions can be reduced, and can we take advantage of modern technology? Means the Fiat ambassador is gone, the next generation Tesla is in. So this is the one part which is there. And the third part is that the regulation now they're believing in a concept of total similarity or overall, and removing, because efficacy is given if the quality is matching. Efficacy is given. Not a single episode has happened till date where the quality is matching and then efficacy has a different way, because we are dealing with the patient, recruitment of patients. So I think these are the three parameters which are going to change the biosimilar space if we keep eye on these factors. So this is my take. Absolutely. Now, extending it to the next level, so we want to use our own example. This third generation thrombolytic was not available in India, where you have to give a single bonus and within 5 seconds the clot is gone. So we developed that. We take on the market, and this has saved hundreds of thousands of lives till today. But we took this extension of this product to the next level, and we brought it to the stroke, and where we created the advantage. So not only biosimilar, there are other advantages are also available if we walk this path well, and we have a robust data set and manufacturing advantage, and what regulators are giving. So these are my opening remarks. Thank you.
Well said, Sanjay. Thank you. Dhananjay?
I have nothing really to add. It's obviously going to change the whole biosimilar industry, because as the investment required for clinical trials goes away or comes down, the investment barrier that might have kept a lot of particularly Indian companies from trying to pursue the US market, they will be encouraged to pursue that, and that, not just Indian companies, but companies from all over the world. More and more companies will now be encouraged to target the US market or global markets, because the investment barrier would have come down, and that's going to increase the competition. It's what does not change, or perhaps even analytical characterization on in vitro assays, on PK, on statistical analysis. So all of that is probably going to become even stronger, but definitely more competition ahead.
Understood. Thank you, Dhananjay. Sanjeev?
Thank you, Rustam. And so I want to put a slightly different point of view. Of course, it goes without saying that if you reduce the cost by not having to need a phase 3 clinical trial, which in a cancer setting would probably run for 2.5 years, to the recently approved clinical trials, PK-based clinical trials, which are running for a duration of 52 weeks, 2-cycle analysis for PK parameters, etc. And you are still using a lot of innovator drug, but much less than what you would have used earlier, and patient number has gone down, etc., etc. So the cost has certainly come down, and there is no doubt that similar companies are going to benefit from it, and those in India are also going to do that. But I think my question is, are we really changing the game? The science says that if you have matched the two products absolutely, right? And there are plenty of examples over the last 20 years from different geographies that nothing happens. It's safe. Every biologic that you make is not erythropoietin and is not going to cause the immunogenicity issues that one worries about in the context of erythropoietin. If that is the case, and if what is really the requirement of safety for a patient is a high quality product that matches pre-approved specifications batch after batch after batch, then the system should be designed to encourage industry to have those quality systems, have those quality people, so that the same drug can be delivered batch after batch. And if that is the case, a simple PK, single PK study, single dose PK study should be more than enough to prove biosimilarity. So I think there is room for cost of development to come down, and I think we all sort of know that this is how this journey goes. Eventually, once that happens, I think even more players would be able to come in, and drugs would truly be available to almost every citizen of the world. Till that time, I think the change is small, maybe good for biotech companies, but I don't think if it is so good for the rest of the world, the patients of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeev. I think the point taken over here is that it certainly is going to make biosimilars more affordable, because the cost of developing is definitely going to drop. And the good part about all this is that the regulators are learning. Maybe we started off with an extensive pivotal trial, but subsequently the regulators are changing their understandings with growing information and data generated over so many biosimilars. So that's a great part. This question now brings me to the second one, and Meena just mentioned about harmonization. So I'm sure many of the participants who have joined in must have also heard about Rajiv Raghuvanshi, the DCGI, mentioning about the new biosimilar guidelines that is likely to come out. And he did mention about waiver of animal tox studies. This is a welcome move from Indian regulators. However, not perhaps coming up with a clear understanding on waiver of clinical trials could possibly have repercussions. Although this coming up with a new biosimilar guideline is a very timely announcement, and we certainly should be, this should be lauded for making the pathway for biosimilars much better. However, if this is implemented in a timely manner, along with maybe clinical trial waivers, it will keep the Indian biosimilar industry globally competitive. However, there are concerns regarding the current pathway of similar biologics for India right now. Too many regulatory approvals required from ideation to the authorization. Regulatory process efficiency needs improvement, no defined approval timelines. inadequate agency staffing leading to delays in review and approvals, insufficient subject matter experts and different interpretations of guidelines, and insufficient communication between industry and agency in driving reforms. I know these are difficult questions to address, but if you can just be a little give your perspective about, do you think Indian regulatory agencies are likely to publish the new guidance documents soon without further delay? And if not, what could be the consequences for coming up late because the rest of the world is going on speedily onto the clinical trial waivers? I could pose this question again back to Meena and then hear from Sanjay and Dhananjay.
Thank you very much. Again, so this is a conversation now happening on multiple levels. The regions are doing their work, but also there are already global existing efforts to advance this discussion. So we have already witnessed the publications and workshops coming from the IPRP, which is the kind of global pharmaceutical regulators platform that has really pushed a lot of advancement on this topic, and the outcomes of this discussion have been quite supportive. We are awaiting for the final white paper publication that was announced this year. Secondly, we know that ICH themselves have taken on this topic, the so-called ICH M18, that the work on which has already started now, and to offer kind of the global harmonization aspect. So this is definitely, I am confident that also because if we talk about the Indian regulatory agencies, my bet is that they are really cognizant of these efforts, and they are looking to these agencies and different organizations that are doing the work. Here in Europe, our unique maybe organization really allows for some great, let's say, practices. So for biosimilar medicines, as you know, contrary to generics, we have a center of excellence for all the 27 countries, which is the EMA, because biosimilars are approved centrally. So this allows for clear guidelines for harmonized interpretation of set guidelines, most of the time converging mentalities and approaches, and making sure that there is kind of a central point for this collective knowledge, which then allows clarity for applicants. It is a known address for information for people in the network. So we as industry can also go to the EMA and the biosimilar working party of the EMA and request workshops, as I mentioned. So when interpretation seems varying, for example, in this case, when this novel approach is introduced. So with the regulatory science evolving, it's really important that we leverage the findings already publicly known, and to not to really embrace the science and harmonize. And I think that ultimately we all do it for the benefit of the patients, for quicker access, and of course regulatory efficiency and agility is just one aspect of delivering the necessary care to a patient, but it is an important step and hurdle, and I think that agencies are aware of that and are working cognizantly towards it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Meena. Sanjay?
Absolutely fine that, yes, Europe has taken the lead first. US FDA has just followed it, and now our Indian regulators are working into it. And I think there are a couple of committee. I think Sanjeev is one of the member of that at present, which is ongoing effort from Office of DCGI. I'm very optimistic about it, that it will be adopted very soon, subjected to it need more infrastructure, it need more subject matter expert, and it need a serious desire to move forward into that direction, which I think we all have heard from Dr. Raju Raghuvanshi today. So I'm very positive. Yes, it's a difficult proposition to match it, but I think I am quite confident that India will leapfrog this situation very fast in next, not 5 years, but in next year or two. This is my comment.
Very positive. Thank you. Sanjeev?
I think the waiver of tox studies is a welcome move, and I think we will get it in this guideline, and it is a long-awaited thing. So I am hopeful, Rustam, that we are going to get the guidelines coming in very soon. In a very simple, short answer. The
Perfect.
revision to the.
I am hopeful too, and we all are. I'm sure regulators are thinking alike, and I'm sure this will catapult Indian biosimilars to a very new level. We hope that it comes timely and almost on the same lines that EMA and FDA has thought through.
I have a comment also to make. Getting rid of animal tox is welcome move, highly anticipated, and kind of makes sense. The animal studies actually don't add any value to the biosimilarity or the quality of a product. I just want to make two other points. One is when we say, Indian regulations are complex, I would like to make a distinction between procedures and standards. No doubt that Indian regulations are procedurally somewhat more complex, and one would definitely want simplification of those. The other part is the standards, which is what exactly do you want? What kind of data do you want? How much information do you want, etc. And here I'm talking about the clinical trial waiver, and I'm personally not so sure that this is the right time for India. And I, agree with Meena's point that unless all geographies implement the waiver, those gains will not come, because if you still have to do a trial for one territory versus another, not doing it for the other doesn't really help because you're still doing one. But I think in India, we also have to be realistic and practical, because if you want to approve a product without clinical trial, you really need a very, very strong scientific ability, both in the part of the industry and the regulators, to evaluate the analytical data, the in vitro data, the PK data, and be able to question some of those topics, question and counter argue those topics. I'm not sure that maturity exists today within the industry as well as in the regulators. And the worry is, if it's not implemented sort of in a uniformly, uniform standards, on the one hand, there's a risk that, high quality products go through some unnecessary questioning and a lot of undue scrutiny that is not really warranted. But on the other side, there's a risk that some poor quality products sort of slip through when clinical trials are not needed, because just because the rigor of that evaluation is not there among the industry and the regulators. So I would, much as we would like harmonization, I would caution about that, because poor quality product coming to the market is not in the interests of the patients. Obviously, it's also not in the interests of the sort of the quality producers, because you don't want to compete in the market with somebody who has done a poor job, done some sort of cheap, not rigorous development, and is offering the product at a low price. So I think there's some caution warranted here.
Absolutely. And one has to tread this pathway very cautiously as we go along. I think more information will emerge and more experience shall dictate more and more kind of a proper guidance to come out. Thank you so much. Now I'm going to move into a little different topic on contract manufacturing. Global contract manufacturing market is flourishing at a healthy pace. Companies like Samsung Biologics has a capacity of 876 kiloliters. Celltrion has for 600 kiloliters. Lonza for 330 kiloliters. Thanks to India's emergence in biopharma, there are Indian companies entering CDMO business. India has the potential to grow in this segment because of lower resource cost and skilled workforce. However, this sector has to overcome certain challenges, such as companies planning to go global may need bigger manufacturing scales, which perhaps in Indian CDMOs may not have. FDA and EMA approvability of the plants and facilities. FDA's waiver of phase 3 clinical trial is likely to reduce outsourcing of clinical trial material generation. What do you see are the major challenges and how do you see the growth of this sector? Dhananjay, we will start with you as you were associated with one of the most reputed CDMOs in Syngene. I therefore would like to start with your answer.
Yeah, thank you. So those numbers that you just quoted, if you look at the Indian industry, all of the Indian CDMOs, even the biggest of them is under 50,000 liters of total mammalian capacity, and most of them are even much lower. But if you look at the CDMO industry in India, they're not really driven by the biosimilar business. One thing, the biosimilar manufacturers, particularly Indian ones, do not like to outsource their biosimilar manufacturing because one, most of them consider manufacturing as their own core competence, and also because they want to control the costs, because eventually they're going to compete on costs primarily. So the business doesn't really come from biosimilar manufacturing, except in some special cases. Most of the Indian CDMO business comes from global players in novel biologics. That's sort of the mainstay of the contract manufacturing business in India. Now here, I can say with personal experience that the capabilities of the Indian CDMOs are top-notch, are global standard. Whether you talk about the scientific ability, the technology that they employ, the compliance levels, it's at a global standard. Unfortunately, what is missing is the visibility. I don't think globally the Indian biopharma industry and therefore the CDMO industry really has that visibility. If you go to the US, there are, first of all, very few Indian companies with biosimilar approvals in Europe. So, I mean, in US particularly. So no one has really heard of Indian companies. You don't hear, there's no news reported about mergers and acquisitions, licensing deals or whatever. So Indian biopharma is not really in the news, so to speak. And I think, to me, that is the biggest challenge. It's not a challenge of capability, it's a challenge of visibility. And we need to figure out how we address that. The more visible we are, eventually the business will come because the capability is there.
You hit the bullseye, Dhananjay. Sanjeev, Zydus Life Sciences is actively expanding its presence in US CDMO market with the acquisition of Agneus Biotech to position the company as global bio CDMO. If you are comfortable speaking about it, we would like to hear your views.
I think what Dhananjay said in principle is what we are trying to implement, that in order to be able to create news, you have to be located where the news creation is required to be done. So we have reached where we are supposed to be. And I think we all know that CDMO journeys actually are slow and time consuming. Syngene, through various other activities also that Syngene does in R&D space, has built that relationship and visibility. The one novel biologic for canines that they manufacture for US and Europe is an example of that. I think so. Zydus is probably trying to achieve that by having a presence in US, that you slowly expand yourself in US, and then eventually you have this at the back end, this whole universe of manufacturing capabilities that Dhananjay also talked about, the skills, the expertise, the science, the regulatory quality systems that you already have. But it's a long, slow journey is what I would like to caution.
Sure, understood. Thank you, Sanjay. Well, going to the next point, how about global footprint of Indian biosimilars in the US and EMA market? Are we really ready for it? The Indian biosimilar market is definitely growing at a very healthy pace, CAGR of 20%. This has given wings to many Indian biopharma companies to take a leap to the Western markets. Companies such as Biocon, Intas, Lupin have successfully developed, launched, and commercialized biosimilars in US and Europe. Biocon aims to launch 20 biosimilars by 2030. We have heard the phrase, India is the pharmacy of the world. Are Indian biosimilar companies positioned to repeat this for biosimilars as it did for pharma? There are significant challenges for Indian biosimilars to set their eyes on the global market in the face of tariff wars, mandatory to set up manufacturing operations in the US, as Sanjeev just pointed out, biosimilars not included in the formularies, regulatory approval of manufacturing facilities, manufacturing scale not enough to be globally competitive, and Chinese COGS, cost of goods, and supply chain is difficult to beat. Are huge investments in biosimilars, therefore targeting US and Europe market, a good business strategy? And what are the biggest challenges facing entry into US and Europe for penetration? I will ask Sanjay this time because he probably has a better view on the international markets.
Thank you. So there is no doubt that each Indian company which want to aspire to become big has to go to most of the market, starting the US market, which is mother of all. Europe market and Japanese market, I can say the second category. And third is another piece, which now I consider 50% of the market is emerging markets, where you can see GCC or you can say the other companies like have the opportunity to go. But in this scenario, again, you have to think you are going to compete with the innovator, and which has not been a very good return, because they have already the sunken cost done, and they can compete at a very high level with you. So if you are using the same technology, same manufacturing cost, similar thing, everything, then it is given not a success story. So we have to rethink about different zones, 120 countries if you have to go, then you can succeed. You cannot be only designing your strategy for US market or Europe market. And then your cost advantage. And cost advantage, labor arbitrage is not good enough. You have to bring certain other technological advances into it. So these are my comments. And with this, I will say thank you very much, and I have to log off.
Sure. Thank you, Sanjay, for being on the panel. Thank you. Who would like to go for, with another?
Yeah, I'll make a comment on that. See, we are all on this panel, perhaps with the exception of Meena, we are all scientists and manufacturing, professionals. So we think about how we can reduce the cost, how we can make the product quality higher, and so on. But really, if you have to penetrate the market, I think companies also have to invest in the front end. They have to start focusing on understanding the how the market works, how the different channels work, because how the marketing works in the US is very different from Europe. The procurement by whether it's by governments, by private organizations, there are state-wise differences in the US. Patent issues, various kinds of deals being signed between the innovators as to when you can bring a product into the market. There are all sorts of dynamics in the market. And I think the Indian companies, if they want to increase their penetration and not just remain in the background as suppliers, will have to invest and become more aware and knowledgeable about that, the whole how the market works, and then exploit that.
Absolutely. Very well said, Dhananjay. Any other response?
Yeah, I think I would like to say that the biosimilar companies will do what they'll do. I mean, every company has taken their own path as to when and how aggressively they want to get into biosimilars, and all of those are obviously financially aligned decisions and risk-taking potentials also. What I am surprised about is that Indian industry, despite having tremendous expertise in process development and manufacturing, is not doing what the Chinese have already started doing, and that is developing novel biologics. And when we look at the Chinese examples of novel biologics, we see that they are not the novel biologics mostly. They are sort of me toos in the space. And if we can make biosimilars, making me toos is not difficult at all. I think that's where Zydus is trying to do things slightly differently while while playing the biosimilars game, also looking at the novel biologics game. I mean, when we say biosimilars, it's biologics, right? In the larger, on the larger canvas. And I personally feel that each of us scientists and manufacturing guys should be thinking about novel biologics very seriously. My personal belief is that it may be a little bit easier than biosimilars, even today, despite the relaxation that we have seen recently.
No doubt about it. You have nailed it. I think that's a very good point that you have raised, that we should not just be focusing on biosimilars, but novel biologics as well, because that's where the real challenge lies. Going to the next point on powering global leadership in biosimilars, and what can we learn from companies like Alvotech and Celltrion. The global biosimilar market is expected to grow from almost 30 billion in 2024 to around 70 billion by 2029, and a CAGR of nearly 20%. Over 118 biologics are set to lose patent coverage between 25 and 34, opening a 230 billion opportunity for biosimilars. However, listen to this. Cynically, only 30% of the biologics whose patents have expired have biosimilars in the development for regulated markets. This is quite a big contradiction, signaling a huge void for biosimilars. With the US and EMA heading towards clinical efficacy waivers, I'm sure this percentage will go up, with more companies coming up with additional biosimilars. And companies like Alvotech plans to develop 24 biosimilars per year. Biocon intends to launch 20 by 2030, and Celltrion is threatening to launch 11 biosimilars by 2025, and a portfolio of 22 products by 2030. Question is, this is a huge explosion in number of players moving into biosimilar development. Please share your recommendations for companies wanting to build a global portfolio of biosimilars, and are Indian biosimilar companies truly positioned to take on these Goliaths? Meena, I would like to come to you for your response on this.
Thank you very much. So, as you know, this Void report has now really brought a lot of pertinent discussion on and kind of really took the temperature of where we are and where the industry focus is. As you mentioned, per the report, only 25 out of 110 biologicals losing exclusivity there is a biosimilar in the pipeline. So that means that if we go deeper looking into it, it's 9 out of 10 for the low sales products, 3 out of 10 for the high sales products, and a big missed opportunity. However, it looks like there is, a huge explosion in the number of players. But if we look into the details of the report, we see that everybody kind of seems to be looking at the same 20-something assets, which you can see that, yes, there are a lot of players, but this signals a poor sustainability at the end of the day. So also noting that the main focus is mostly, let's say, in oncology, immunology. So maybe a question back. And the question that European developers also are asking themselves, is everybody going to continue to invest in the same targets, or will the strategy change and more diversity will come about?
Yes, yes, absolutely. And I have kind of noticed that molecules that are over euro 1 billion are the ones most companies are entering. But anything less than maybe 1 billion, the number of players entering are much lesser. So it's of course value-based or business makes the right decision. Dhananjay, any thoughts from you?
I think as Sanjeev was saying, it depends on every company's internal strategy. But what we were talking about earlier about the clinical waiver and so on, which will reduce the total investment required, maybe that will help widen the portfolio, because probably every company wonders that if the innovator market for a product is $200 million, and with three competitors and with price reductions and so on, the total addressable market is $20 million. Maybe it's not really worth it to develop, especially if you have to spend $100 million just to get to the finishing line. But if that initial investment comes down, then perhaps those products also become potentially viable from a profitability perspective. So we'll probably see more diversification.
Sure, absolutely.
Sanjeev? I think the game is not going to change until biosimilars, from a business sense, look like generics. What Hatch-Waxman did to generics, something like that has to happen. Otherwise, it will remain a very controlled game. We will be spending money on clinical trials and patent dances. And by the time you reach the market, as an Indian player, you are third or fourth, and there's no money to be made.
Sure, understood. Well, so there is a lot of learning to take for Indian biosimilar players. Either you have to be very, very strong, very speedy on your developments, making a pathway so smooth that you can run a fat pipeline of products. And probably that could be the winning formula for Indian companies. We talked about, I think this afternoon, Dr. Amol Kulkarni talked about continuous manufacturing, but that was for small molecules. I'm going to raise a question regarding continuous manufacturing for biopharma and especially for biosimilars. In the past few years, there is a growing evidence of application of this manufacturing process continuous for biopharmaceuticals and more so for biosimilars, notably by Janssen and Vertex in India, by Enzene, and so on. The conversion of a batch process to continuous manufacturing is considered as the future of industry. The benefits of continuous manufacturing over traditional batch processes are evident in biopharma. What do you think is the biggest challenge for implementing continuous manufacturing into biosimilars in the Indian context, and why is it going at a very snail pace and only a few companies are capitalizing on it? Who would like to take this question? Anyone?
Yeah, I don't mind speaking. See, you can't adopt technology for technology's sake. You have to really know why you're doing it, and also what is the problem that what is your actually current constraint for companies that are struggling with getting their product approved, because of whether it's analytical challenges, getting the right clone, investments in GMP upgradation and so on. They're probably not thinking about adding one more uncertainty. If you're comfortable with fed batch processes and you're still struggling with getting to the approval, you don't want to add one more uncertainty in spend time on converting your process to continuous. So I think it's really prioritizing what your current challenge is in coming to the market, and knowing what is actually preventing you. The day you feel that, okay, getting to the market is not a problem, I've got all my processes under control, and now I want to make sort of a change in terms of whether it's throughput or whatever else. I think then you start thinking about technology. And continuous manufacturing, I think, is just one technology, because with process intensification and with some certain other things, you can probably get majority of the benefits that you can get with continuous manufacturing as well. So I think it's the right thing to do for people to go slow on that, because focus on getting to the market first. Don't focus on just some kind of fancy technology.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. Any other thoughts?
I have the same thoughts.
All right.
So that's easy.
Okay. We talked about some rosy picture about biosimilars, but probably all is not well. Just some time back, maybe three or 4 years back, Pfizer, a global heavyweight in biosimilar business, has identified key threats to the sustainability of a biosimilar market. Some of these include perverse incentives that deters the adoption of biosimilars, complex rebate structures, price volatility, evolving regulatory requirements, as we have seen, and competitive landscape with too many players impacting the business. Which of these do you see as relevant threats and why? And how should Indian companies deal with these kind of challenges? If a US pharma giant voices these concerns, what is it for Indian biosimilars to take? I will start with Nina on this.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, we know that by looking at the void, 75% of what is losing exclusivity is not being taken up, and on the other hand, the business, especially in Europe, has matured a lot. The developers have gained a lot of experience, and with all these kind of evolutions and the progression in the technological advancements, but also this regulatory paradigm shift, so-called, are really increasing this competition, and sustainability also is quite intense. But if maybe for consideration that how to remain competitive in this volatile environment is that any R&D and manufacturing efficiency gains will help a sustainable business model. So to be regulatorily lean where possible, to go digital where you can go, I think these are points that would be really kind of a joker up against up someone's sleeve. But maybe just one point for consideration, if we think about leaning out the regulatory requirement for biosimilars, it's important that we maybe avoid this commodification of biosimilar development. So to be considered fully generic, in one way, I understand that the attractiveness, let's say, of that for a manufacturer and developer. However, down the line, this may offer some potentially dangerous perspectives of the actual cost of biosimilar development with still these lean requirements, because biotech is still biotech. Biological medicines and biological manufacturing still has its cost and prices, and then these perspectives by other stakeholders might affect expectations when it comes to pricing, what is reimbursable and how much, etc., which then ultimately will affect patient access. So just maybe some food for thought, but maybe the bottom line is go digital and go regulatory lean where you can. Let's say it like that.
All right. We have received some questions, and I would like to devote some time to the questions that has come in. I will just read out some of these questions. How can academia industry partnership be redesigned to produce industry-leading biologics scientists more quickly? To produce industry-ready biologic scientists more quickly. Perhaps it is about how can you train the new generation of scientists to be ready for industry. Probably that is what it means. Any thoughts on this?
Maybe Sanjeev has. I think many of us are getting closer to retirement now, because our industry is also 25 years old, and I think many of us need to go back to academia. Academia has to adopt these scientists and manufacturers, and these are the people who really can train, because academicians themselves know how the industry really runs. Just knowing how a bioreactor runs doesn't make you run a bioreactor in the industry. And same goes for all the analytical methods, and I think maybe a whole lot can be done by like what US does very well, Europe does very well, bringing industry people back into academia. And just having one or two lectures, I don't think will cut it.
Absolutely. There is another question. Where do you see the biggest inefficiencies in tech transfer for biosimilars? I think Dhananjay has had a lot of experience on tech transfer, so I will put this question to him.
Tech transfer is a complex exercise, but like I said, I'm not sure. A lot of tech transfers happen in the biosimilar industry. However, yeah, with comparability being sort of at the heart of biosimilar, the biosimilar approval pathway. If you're doing tech transfers in the middle of your development program after a phase 1 or after a phase 3, I think it's going to be challenging because already you're trying to show your product is biosimilar to the innovator, and then you're trying to also show that your product is similar to the product that you made at the other site during phase 1. I think that's a very complex situation. So I'm not sure there's one particular hurdle, but just the fact that the bar for demonstrating similarity that just goes up when you are doing a biosimilar, because in a novel, your phase 1 to phase 2, it's not as strict. It's not like your safety data are going to become useless just because you change the manufacturing site. But your biosimilarity exercise could be impacted. So I think that's the key challenge.
Yeah. Any other thoughts? If not, I will go to the next one. This is an interesting question. What innovative partnership models or contract models, either value-based, risk-sharing-based, or subscription-based, could be a game changer for biosimilars in India? Any thoughts on this? I'm sure for Europe, there are so many partnerships panning out for European entry, for different countries within Europe and so on. Likewise, I think there are, Zydus has just entered into a kind of partnership for 2 products with the US company. So I'm sure partnership is going to play out an important role. Any thoughts on this?
I think partnerships will always be there. I think changing manufacturing hands would be a challenge as long as one can avoid that, because then you lose speed. But otherwise, sharing marketing roles and responsibilities could be one easy way. But having said that, not too many partnerships have taken place in the Indian industry between ourselves and even across with the Western world.
Sure.
Maybe Meena has a global perspective on partnerships.
Yep.
Well, I think globally, we have more looked into regulatory reliance and what we have been more advocating for. So actually, different agencies kind of not duplicating work, and especially in these situations where there are these kind of evolutions of requirements to kind of ease the transfers and acceptance where there's maybe gaps in capacities or when in expertise, etc. So there are definitely mechanisms that can be used and leveraged, but there needs to be, first of all, knowledge and awareness of them, and then subsequently to actually going through with them and the willingness to deal with them. I wanted to maybe reflect on a previous point on where we mentioned education. I think, again, it's important that institutions stand behind that, and we have an example in Europe, the so-called Augment project going on currently, which is the project by a European agency to conduct capacity building to support the uptake of biosimilars in a multi-stakeholder approach. So it's important that the governments have that as part of their strategies, as part of their forward and future thinking perspectives for the country, for economic growth, etc. So maybe some of that experience can be shared.
Perfect. I think that was quite, I think, eye-opening, as well as gives the clarity that that is how the partnership is going to help out. Because taking everything on your own shoulders is definitely not the right approach. And when you have a lot of complexities, it's always good to partner with somebody who has the skill sets to do that. With this, I think we are come to the end of the session. I would like to acknowledge and profusely thank all the panelists for your insightful contribution. Your expertise has enriched the discussion very much. Meena, your years of experience with medicines for Europe and the growing biosimilar business in Europe has vitalized the participants to think beyond borders. Sanjay, you have been pioneer in developing novel biologics as well as mRNA and COVID vaccines. He's not here, unfortunately, but I'm sure his directives were also equally good. Dhananjay, my experience over the years with you is that you bring a lot of interesting insights, and today is no exception. Thank you for joining us. Sanjeev, we were next door neighbors while I was at Intas. You have created an amazing pipeline of biosimilars at Zydus. Thank you for joining us. All of you have rocked the panel. Once again, big thanks for your time. I would also like to thank all the participants who have joined online, almost more than 220 at times. And how important this session is, it speaks for itself. I hereby bring an end to this session, and don't forget to tune in tomorrow at 3 p.m. once again.
And look forward to seeing Professor Sanjeev Kumar very shortly.
Oh yeah. All right. Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
No, I mean, it was his suggestion, retire and join the academia. So,
okay.
Yeah, after you retire, though.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Modi, for really weaving that whole conversation for us, and to all our panelists for such a rich and a pragmatic discussion on the biosimilars. With that, thank you once again to our panel members for joining us for this discussion. I'm sure our audience members have really noted down some very important points when it comes to biosimilars in India. So thank you once again for joining us here for this segment. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude day one of the 10th Advanced GMP workshop. But before we officially log off, we request you to please share your feedback by scanning the QR code on your screen, because your inputs will help us make the future editions even more relevant and impactful. So I would request everybody to please go ahead, scan the QR code and share your feedback, because that is what we really look forward to. This will be your feedback for day one of how your experience has been. Having said that, thank you once again to all our speakers, our panelists, and to each one of you for your active participation and engagement throughout day one. And this is exactly what the 10th Advanced GMP workshop aims to be: a place where ideas, experience, and ambitions come together. But this is not it, everyone. We look forward to welcoming you all back tomorrow for day two, where we have a very thoughtful agenda curated for all of you, where we'll deep dive into some very important subjects when it comes to advanced facility and process design, to capability building, the human side of GMP, and the global inspection insights from leading regulators. I am sure these are sessions none of y'all would want to miss tomorrow. So do not forget to reconvene sharp at 2:45 and 3 p.m. That's we begin with our sessions tomorrow. Also, please keep an eye on your inbox, as our team will be dropping in emails with the participation links for tomorrow. But till then, stay tuned. Join us back tomorrow sharp at 3 p.m. for day two at the 10th Advanced GMP workshop. Have a very good evening ahead. This is your host, Priya Shramankar, signing off from day one. And if you still haven't scanned the QR code for your feedbacks, please go ahead and scan the QR code. Thank you so much. Have a very good evening ahead.
Thank you, Priya.
Thank you.